Story 1. It was a dreary, rain-soaked evening when I decided to take a shortcut home through the older part of town, the part where the streets twist like tangled threads and the houses, full of history, lean towards each other as if sharing secrets. The rain, gentle but persistent, muffled the sounds of the city, cocooning me in a world that felt detached from the hustle and bustle of my daily life. As I walked, the pitter-patter of the rain on my umbrella became a comforting rhythm, the kind that soothes the mind and allows it to wander. My thoughts drifted until the sight of a peculiar newspaper caught my attention. It was lying in a puddle, the ink running, the headlines a blur. Yet, something about it made me pause. It was as if the paper was from another time, the news stories hinting at events that seemed slightly off, not fitting into the reality I knew. I shook my head, attributing the odd sensation to the ambience of the rain and the eerie setting. Continuing on my way, I noticed a deserted bus stop ahead. It was odd, considering the hour, and yet there sat an old man, staring out into the rain with an intensity that felt unnerving. As I passed, our eyes met, and he smiled a knowing, almost eerie smile that sent shivers down my spine. It was as if he could see into my very soul, or perhaps he was just another soul seeking refuge from the rain. The further I walked, the stronger the rain seemed to fall, urging me to find shelter. I spotted a small cafe, still open despite the late hour. Inside, the warm glow of the lights and the sound of soft jazz invited me in. I settled by a window, watching the rain cascade down the glass, lost in thought until a voice interrupted my reverie. "You look like you've seen a ghost," said a man sitting at the table next to mine. He was dressed oddly, in clothes that seemed to belong to another era, his eyes piercing as he stared at me with an unsettling intensity. "No, just lost in thought," I replied, trying to dismiss the uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. He chuckled, a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet of the cafe. "The rain has a way of bringing out the ghosts of this town, don't you think?" I nodded, unsure of what to say, feeling the weight of his gaze as I hurried to finish my coffee. The rain had turned into a downpour now, the streets outside barely visible through the torrent. When I looked back, the man was gone, as quietly and mysteriously as he had appeared. Leaving the cafe, I felt the eyes of the town on me, the rain-soaked streets whispering secrets I couldn't quite grasp. By the time I reached home, soaked and chilled to the bone, I was convinced the rain hadn't just brought out the town's ghosts, it had briefly pulled me into their world, a world that lingered just beneath the surface of the rain. That night, after the encounter at the cafe, sleep eluded me. The relentless rain against my window seemed to echo the unsettling feelings the day had stirred within me. It was as if each drop carried with it a fragment of a story, a whisper of the past that refused to be silenced. I lay there, listening, trying to make sense of the unease that clung to me like a second skin. The next morning, the rain had ceased, but the world seemed different, as if the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary had been momentarily lifted, only to be hastily drawn close again. Yet, the echoes of those encounters lingered, urging me to explore further. Compelled by a curiosity I couldn't resist, I returned to the part of town where the old newspaper had caught my eye. The puddle had dried, but the memory of the paper's eerie headlines haunted me. I visited the local library, hoping to find archives, anything that might explain the odd sensation of stepping into a different time. The librarian, an elderly lady with sharp eyes, watched me as I scoured through old newspapers. "Looking for ghosts?" she asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. I chuckled nervously, something like that. She nodded, as if she understood more than she let on. "This town has layers," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Not all wish to be uncovered." Her words sent a shiver down my spine, adding weight to my quest. I spent hours in the library, poring over articles, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Disappointed, I decided to visit the cafe again, hoping to encounter the mysterious man from before. The cafe, however, held no answers. It was just an ordinary place, with ordinary people seeking refuge from their ordinary lives. No sign of the man who spoke of ghosts, no whisper of the past in the air. Just the scent of coffee and the murmur of conversation. As I walked home, the feeling of being watched returned. I quickened my pace, the sense of unease growing with each step. It wasn't until I reached my front door that I dared to look back, half expecting to see a figure shrouded in the remnants of yesterday's rain. But there was nothing, just the quiet street and the whisper of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. That night the rain returned, and with it the whispers. This time I didn't try to ignore them. I listened, letting the stories of the town wash over me, stories of love, loss and longing, of times gone by and secrets buried deep. The rain, it seemed, was the key to unlocking these tales, each drop a messenger, each storm a story waiting to be told. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the rain, seeking out its company, listening for the whispers. I walked the streets of the old part of town, exploring its hidden corners, its forgotten paths. And though I never saw the old man at the bus stop again, nor the mysterious stranger in the cafe, their presence lingered, guiding me through the layers of the town's history, revealing its secrets one raindrop at a time. The rain had become my companion, my guide through the shadows of the past. It was in the rain that I found a connection to the town and its inhabitants, a sense of belonging that had eluded me before. Through the rain, I learned to listen, to see the world with new eyes, to appreciate the beauty and the mysteries that surrounded me. And so, I continue to walk in the rain, listening to the stories it tells, embracing the whispers of the past. For in the rain I have found not just ghosts, but the heart of the town itself, beating in time with the rhythm of the falling drops. Story 2. The rain had always been a herald of change for me, a precursor to events that straddled the thin line between the mundane and the mysterious. On one such evening, as the sky wept torrents of silver, I found myself on the outskirts of town, near the old railway station that had long been abandoned. The rain seemed to speak, its voice a melody of drops and echoes, a symphony that resonated with the solitude of my heart. As I walked, the edges of my umbrella barely fending off the relentless downpour, my eyes caught a flicker of movement near the tracks. It was there and then it wasn't, like a shadow flitting on the edge of perception. Curiosity, a trait that had often led me down paths less trodden, urged my feet forward. Approaching the station, the sense of abandonment was palpable. Windows boarded up, doors locked, yet there it was again, a flicker, a shadow, a shape that seemed too deliberate to be mere play of light and rain. My heart beat a cautious rhythm, the thrill of the unknown mingling with an instinctual wariness. Hello, my voice felt small against the backdrop of the rain's ceaseless murmur. No reply came, save for the echo of my own words against the stone and the steel of the old station. The decision to enter was made with a mixture of fear and fascination. The door, surprisingly, gave way with a gentle push, creaking open to reveal the remnants of what once was a bustling hub of travelers. Now it was a cathedral of silence and shadows, the only congregants the memories of days past. Inside, the rain's voice was muffled, a distant reminder of the world outside. My footsteps echoed as I ventured deeper, flashlight in hand, revealing layers of dust, graffiti from times not so long ago, and the scattered debris of abandonment. Then I saw him, a boy, no more than 10, sitting on the edge of the platform, his legs swinging idly over the side. He was so still, so silent, that for a moment I questioned if he was real. The rain had followed me in, or so it seemed, for his hair and clothes were soaked, clinging to him as if he too was part of the rain. "Are you okay?" I asked, stepping closer, my flashlight beam fixed on him. He didn't flinch, didn't seem to notice the light or my presence. "I'm waiting," he said, his voice a whisper, barely audible over the sound of the rain tapping on the roof above. Waiting for what I inquired, a sense of unease beginning to coil around my spine. "For the train," he replied, turning to look at me. His eyes were pools of sorrow, deep and ancient, and in them I saw a longing for something, or someone, lost. "But the trains don't run here anymore," I said gently, not wanting to shatter his vigil with the harshness of reality. "They do for me. Every night I wait, and every night the train comes. But it never stops, not yet." His words sent a shiver through me, the implications unfolding like a dark flower in my mind. Was he a ghost, a fragment of the station's storied past, doomed to wait for a train that would never arrive? Or was he something else, a lost soul caught in a moment of time, unable to move on? "I can wait with you," I offered, compelled by a mix of empathy and fascination. He nodded, a small gesture of acceptance, and so we sat, side by side, waiting for a train that belonged to another time. The night deepened, the rain symphony a constant companion to our vigil. And then, as the clock hands moved towards midnight, a sound emerged from the rain's melody, a distant chug and whistle, a sound that could not exist. Yet it grew louder, clearer, until the very air around us vibrated with the presence of an approaching train. The boy stood up, his gaze fixed on the tracks that gleamed wetly in the faint light. And there it was, a train, its form shimmering, ethereal, a ghostly echo of a bygone era. It slowed as it neared the platform, steam and smoke swirling around it in a spectral dance. "This is it," the boy said, a note of finality in his voice. "It's come to take me home." I watched, heart pounding, as he stepped towards the edge, extending a hand as if to touch the train that belonged more to myth than to the mortal world. But as his fingers brushed the cold metal, he turned to look at me, a smile spreading across his face. "Thank you for waiting with me," he said, and then he was gone, stepping onto the train that no longer belonged to this world. The doors closed with a soft sigh, and the train moved on, fading into the rain and the night, leaving no trace behind. I was left alone, the silence profound in the wake of the train's departure. The rain had stopped, the clouds parting to reveal a sky strewn with stars. In that moment I understood that some mysteries were not meant to be solved, some stories not meant to be told in full. The boy and his train had been a glimpse into the unknown, a reminder that the world was filled with wonders and sorrows beyond our understanding. And as I walked back through the empty station, out into the night that no longer held rain, I carried with me the memory of a vigil, a train, and a boy who had finally gone home. Story 3. The rain was relentless, a curtain of water that blurred the lines between earth and sky, a barrier that seemed to isolate me in my own microcosm of thought and memory. It was on such a night that I found myself wandering the outskirts of a town that felt both familiar and strangely alien, a place where every shadow seemed to whisper, and every gust of wind seemed to carry voices from the past. As the rain soaked through my clothes, chilling me to the bone, I stumbled upon a narrow, winding path that led away from the main road and into the dense thicket of the woods. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I followed it, my feet squelching in the mud, my only guide the feeble light from my dying flashlight. The deeper I ventured into the woods, the stronger the feeling grew that I was not alone. It was as though the trees themselves were alive, watching me with unseen eyes, their branches reaching out not to harm, but to communicate a silent, ancient wisdom. The rain seemed to speak in a language forgotten by time, a melody that resonated with my very soul, urging me onward. After what felt like hours, I emerged into a clearing where the rain seemed to fall with even greater intensity, as if the sky itself was weeping for what lay at the heart of this secluded grove. There, amidst a circle of towering stones, stood a figure, cloaked in shadow, unmoving, as if carved from the very air itself. I approached, my heart pounding in my chest, every instinct screaming at me to turn back, but I could not. The figure remained still until I was but a few steps away, and then it spoke, its voice a whisper that cut through the rain like a knife. "Have you come to bear witness?" it asked. A question that felt like it held the weight of centuries. A query that sought an answer I was not sure I possessed. To bear witness to what I managed to ask, my voice barely a whisper against the storm. To the end and the beginning, to the cycle that turns eternal, to the truth that lies hidden in the heart of the storm, the figure replied, its voice growing stronger, as if the rain itself was lending its strength. I stood there, transfixed, as the figure stepped forward, the shadows falling away to reveal not a creature of darkness, but a being of light, ethereal and radiant, a guardian of the threshold between worlds. In its presence, I felt a peace I had never known, a calm that settled over me like a gentle embrace. The storm you see, the rain that falls, it is but a reflection of the turmoil within, a mirror to the chaos of the soul, the guardian spoke, its words echoing in the space between the raindrops. But it is also a cleansing, a renewal, an opportunity to wash away the burdens of the past and to begin anew. As it spoke, the rain began to lessen, the clouds parting to reveal the first hints of dawn on the horizon. The guardian reached out, its hand ethereal and warm, and placed it over my heart. In that moment, I felt a connection to everything around me, to the earth, the sky, the rain, and the myriad lives that danced on the edge of perception. This is your moment of rebirth, a chance to let go of the shadows that have clung to you, to embrace the light that resides within, the guardian said, its voice a gentle murmur. The path ahead is yours to choose, but know that you do not walk it alone. With those final words, the guardian faded away, dissolving into the light of the new day, leaving me alone in the clearing, the rain having ceased, the air fresh and clean, filled with the promise of new beginnings. As I made my way back through the woods, the path now clear and the world around me awash in the golden light of dawn, I felt changed, reborn. The fears and doubts that had once weighed heavily upon me were gone, washed away by the rain and the wisdom of the guardian. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the beauty of the world, to the simple joys that I had once overlooked. The rain, once a harbinger of gloom, now spoke to me of hope, of renewal, of the endless cycle of life that moves ever onward, through storm and sunshine alike. And though I never again encountered the guardian, I carried its message with me, a beacon of light in the darkness, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there is always a path forward, always a chance for renewal, for transformation, for love. As the days melded into weeks, the memory of that night, of the guardian in the clearing, became a beacon that guided me through the shadows of doubt and fear that once had seemed insurmountable. Life, with its myriad challenges and joys, took on a new hue, tinted with the knowledge that beneath the surface of our everyday existence lies a depth of meaning and connection that most dare not explore. I found myself seeking solace in the rain, listening for the whispers of wisdom it carried, feeling a kinship with the elements that I had never known before. The world around me, once taken for granted, now pulsed with an energy, a vibrancy that beckoned me to delve deeper, to look beyond the veil of the mundane and touch the fabric of the true essence of existence. This newfound perspective was not without its trials, for with enlightenment comes the burden of knowledge, the realization of the vastness of the journey ahead. Yet, the fear that once would have paralyzed me now served as a catalyst, pushing me to explore, to learn, to grow. The guardian's gift was not just the cleansing of my past burdens, but the awakening to the endless possibilities that lay before me. In my heart, a seed had been planted, nurtured by the storm and the guardian's touch. It grew, branching out into every facet of my life, transforming not just my perception of the world, but how I chose to interact with it. I became a seeker of truth, a bearer of light, one who walks in the rain not to escape but to embrace, to connect, to understand. And so I continue on my path, ever grateful for the night when the rain whispered secrets and the guardian showed me the way. The journey is long, and the road is fraught with uncertainty, but I walk it with a heart full of hope, eyes open to the beauty and mystery of the world, and a soul that knows, no matter how fierce the storm, there is always a path leading home through the rain. Story 4. In the months that followed the night of my rebirth, life seemed to flow with an uncanny ease, as if the universe itself had conspired to smooth the path before me. Yet the tranquility of my existence was punctuated by moments of inexplicable synchronicity, instances where time and fate seemed to align, revealing glimpses of a tapestry far grander than any I had dared to imagine. One such moment occurred on a late autumn evening, as the leaves danced their final dance, spiraling to the ground in a blaze of gold and crimson. The air was crisp, carrying the promise of winter, and the sky was a clear, unblemished canvas upon which the stars painted their ancient stories. I found myself drawn once again to the woods, to the clearing that had been the stage for my encounter with the Guardian. There was a pull, a silent call that resonated with the very core of my being, urging me to return. As I walked, the forest around me felt alive, vibrant with unseen energy. The sounds of the night were a symphony, each rustle of the leaves, each whisper of the wind, a note and a melody that seemed familiar, yet hauntingly ethereal. It was as if the woods remembered me, welcoming me back into their embrace with open arms. When I reached the clearing, the sight that greeted me was one of surreal beauty. The moon, full and bright, cast its silver light upon the stones, which seemed to glow with an inner light of their own. And there, in the center of the circle, stood the Guardian, its form shimmering, a beacon of calm in the still night. "You have returned," it said, its voice a gentle caress in the silence of the night. I felt drawn here, as if there was something more I needed to understand. I replied, my voice steady despite the pounding of my heart. "There is always more to understand," the Guardian said, stepping forward. "The journey you are on is not just your own. It is a part of something much larger, a thread in the fabric of the universe that connects us all." As it spoke, the air around us seemed to throb with power, the stones pulsing with a light that grew brighter with each word. The Guardian extended its hand, and as I took it, a rush of images flooded my mind, visions of places I had never been, faces I had never seen, all connected by a thread of light that wove through them, binding them together. These are the threads of fate, the connections that bind the tapestry of existence. You are a weaver of this tapestry, as are all beings. Each action, each choice, weaves a new thread, altering the pattern in ways both seen and unseen. The visions faded, leaving me breathless, my mind reeling with the implications of the Guardian's words. The realization that my actions, however insignificant they might seem, had the power to alter the fabric of reality was both exhilarating and daunting. "What am I supposed to do with this knowledge?" I asked, the weight of the responsibility settling upon my shoulders like a mantle. "Live, love, learn. Let your actions be guided by the light within you, and you will weave a tapestry of beauty and meaning," the Guardian replied, its voice fading as it began to recede from view. "Wait," I called out, desperation tinging my voice. "How will I know if I'm weaving the right threads?" The Guardian's laughter was a soft sound, like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "There is no right or wrong in the tapestry of existence, only the beauty of the pattern that emerges from the sum of our choices. Trust in the light within you, and you will find your way." And then it was gone, leaving me alone in the clearing, the moonlight casting long shadows across the ground. The words of the Guardian echoed in my mind, a mantra for the journey ahead. Live, love, learn. As I made my way back through the woods, the Guardian's final words stayed with me, a guiding light in the darkness. The realization that I was part of something much larger, that each of us plays a role in the weaving of the tapestry of existence, filled me with a sense of purpose, a determination to live my life in a way that added beauty and meaning to the world. In the days that followed, I found myself more attuned to the connections around me, to the invisible threads that bound me to others, to the earth, to the universe itself. I saw the beauty in the everyday, the magic in the mundane, and I knew that each moment was a gift, an opportunity to weave a thread of light into the tapestry of existence. And so I lived, I loved, I learned. I embraced the journey with all its twists and turns, its highs and lows. I sought to add beauty to the world, to touch the lives of those around me in positive ways, to be a beacon of light in the darkness. The Guardian's words became my creed, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a path forward, always a chance for renewal, for transformation, for love. And as I walked that path, I knew that I was not alone, that we are all connected, all part of the grand, intricate pattern of the universe. And though the road ahead was uncertain, I stepped forward with a heart full of hope, eyes open to the wonders of the world, and a soul that knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the journey was just beginning. Story 5. In the quiet aftermath of profound revelation, life's rhythm resumed its steady cadence, imbued now with a richer, more vibrant hue. My daily walks, once a mere routine, transformed into explorative ventures into the unknown corridors of my own consciousness, set against the backdrop of the world's inexhaustible mysteries. One crisp morning, as autumn's breath turned the leaves to a tapestry of fire and gold, I embarked upon a path not taken before, drawn by the restless curiosity that now fueled my every step. The path wound through the heart of the forest, where the canopy above whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves and creaking branches, a symphony orchestrated by the unseen forces that guide the natural world. With each step, the sense of being part of something much larger, much more intricate, deepened. The forest seemed to recognize me, not as an intruder, but as a lost child returned to the fold, eager to listen and learn. As the sun journeyed across the sky, painting the world in the shifting light and shadow of the passing day, I stumbled upon a clearing that took my breath away. In the midst of the wilderness, surrounded by ancient trees that stood as silent sentinels, was a lake, its surface a perfect mirror reflecting the azure expanse above. But it wasn't the lake itself that halted my steps, it was the figure that stood at its edge. A woman, garbed in the flowing robes of autumn's own design, her hair a cascade of leaves that shifted from green to gold with her every movement. She was as much a part of the landscape as the trees and the sky, a guardian of the water's edge watching over the mirror that lay before her. "Welcome," she said, her voice the melding of wind and water, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very core of my being. "You have journeyed far to find this place." "I didn't know I was searching until I found it," I replied, my voice a mere whisper in the presence of such majesty. "All who wander are not lost, but some are searching for answers they do not yet know to question," she spoke, turning to face me fully. Her eyes were the depth of the lake itself, ancient and fathomless, holding within them the wisdom of the ages. "I have seen much, yet understand little," I admitted, feeling the weight of my own ignorance in her presence. "To see is the first step. To understand, the journey," she said, gesturing to the lake's serene surface. "This mirror holds more than reflections, it holds truths, hidden beneath the surface, waiting for those with the courage to look beyond." Compelled by her words, I approached the lake, peering into its depths. At first, all I saw was my own reflection, a solitary figure against the vastness of the world. But as I watched, the image began to shift, the surface rippling with the touch of an unseen breeze. Images began to form, scenes from my past, moments of joy and pain, of triumph and despair, each a thread in the tapestry of my life. The past is a well of knowledge, from which we draw the wisdom to navigate the present and shape the future, the guardian of the lake said, her voice a guiding light in the maelstrom of memory that swirled before me. But it is not just our own past that shapes us. The world, too, has its history, its scars, and its triumphs, all of which are reflected in the lives we lead. As I watched, the images shifted again, this time revealing scenes not of my own life, but of the world around me, of the forest, the creatures that called it home, and the myriad lives that intertwined with my own in ways I had never imagined. I saw the delicate balance of nature, the ebb and flow of life and death, and the interconnectedness of all things. This is your legacy, as much as any deed you have done, the guardian said, her gaze piercing through to the soul of me. To live is to be a part of this web of existence, to contribute to its pattern in ways both big and small. The revelation was overwhelming, a flood of understanding that filled me with a sense of purpose, a desire to protect and preserve the beauty and balance of the world around me. I turned from the lake, the guardian's words echoing in my mind, a mantra for the journey ahead. Thank you, I said, though when I looked again, the guardian was gone, as ephemeral as the morning mist that rose from the lake's surface. Yet her presence lingered, a reminder of the lessons learned at the water's edge. I left the clearing with a heart heavy with new knowledge and a spirit lightened by the burden shared. The path back through the forest was not the same as the one that had brought me there. It was as if the trees themselves had shifted, guiding me back to the world with gentle hands, whispering encouragement with every leaf that brushed against my skin. In the days that followed, the experience at the lake became a wellspring of inspiration, a guiding light in the decisions I made and the actions I took. I became an advocate for the preservation of the natural world, using my voice to raise awareness, my hands to plant seeds for the future, and my heart to connect with others who shared the same vision. The journey was not without its challenges, for the world is resistant to change, and the forces that seek to exploit and destroy are powerful. But the memory of the guardian and the lessons of the lake bolstered my resolve, reminding me that every action, no matter how small, contributes to the tapestry of existence, weaving threads of light in the darkness. And so I walk forward, a seeker of truths, a guardian of the natural world, and a weaver of the future, guided by the wisdom of the past and the hope for a brighter tomorrow. The journey is long, and the path is often obscured, but the destination is clear, and the companions I have found along the way are steadfast. For in the end, it is not the distance traveled that defines us, but the steps we take, the lives we touch, and the legacy we leave behind. And as I continue on this path, I do so with the knowledge that I am not alone, that we are all connected, all part of the grand, intricate pattern of the universe, each of us a thread in the tapestry of existence, each of us a guardian of the world we call home. Story 6. In the fabric of a world not too dissimilar from our own, where the veil between the known and the unknown is as thin as morning mist, there existed a small, seemingly inconsequential town named Ellsworth. Nestled between the whispering forests and the serene, mirror-like lake, Ellsworth was a place of unspoken secrets and quietly held truths, a place where the past and present danced in an eternal embrace. I found myself in Ellsworth under the pretense of escape, a respite from the cacophony of city life, seeking solace in the arms of nature. Yet, what I discovered was far more compelling, a narrative thread that begged to be unraveled, woven into the very essence of the town and its people. My journey began on a crisp autumn day, when the air was filled with the scent of turning leaves and the distant sound of the lake lapping against its shores. I was drawn to the local cafe, a quaint establishment that seemed to be the heartbeat of Ellsworth, where stories were shared as freely as the coffee was poured. It was there, amidst the clatter of dishes and the murmur of conversations, that I first heard the tale of the vanishing house. A story told in hushed tones, it spoke of a house that appeared only on the night of the full moon, perched atop the hill that overlooked the town. It was said that the house was a gateway to the past, a place where the veil between the then and now was at its thinnest. Curiosity, ever my guiding star, led me to seek out this mysterious abode. Armed with little more than a lantern and a sense of burgeoning adventure, I made my way to the hill as the full moon rose, casting its silver glow upon the world. As the tales had promised, the house was there, an ethereal structure that shimmered in the moonlight, its windows aglow with a welcoming light. The air around it hummed with an unspoken invitation, pulling me towards its open door. Stepping inside, I was enveloped in warmth, the kind that seeps into your bones, offering comfort and solace. The interior was a mosaic of eras, each room a different chapter in history, adorned with artifacts and whispers of lives long past. It was in the heart of the house, in a room where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, that I encountered her, the keeper of the house. She was as timeless as the house itself, her eyes a kaleidoscope of stories, her presence both calming and commanding. "You have come," she said, her voice a melody that resonated with the very fibers of my being. "But why?" In her gaze, I found a reflection of my own search for meaning, for connection to something greater than myself. "I seek to understand," I replied, "to know the stories that this house holds, to learn from the past." She nodded, as if my answer was one she had heard many times before. The house is a keeper of memories, a guardian of the threshold between what was and what is. Each room, each object, holds a piece of history, a fragment of a life once lived. With each word, the house seemed to come alive, the air vibrating with untold tales. The keeper guided me through its rooms, each step a journey through time, unveiling stories of love and loss, of triumph and tragedy, of the simple beauty of daily existence. As dawn approached, the house began to fade, the solidity of its walls giving way to the first light of day. The keeper placed a gentle hand on my shoulder, a silent farewell. "Remember," she said, as the house vanished into the mist, "the past is not just a series of events, it is the foundation upon which we build our present. Learn from it, but do not dwell in it." I found myself standing alone on the hill as the sun rose, the memory of the house a vivid tapestry woven into the fabric of my soul. The experience had transformed me, not just in the knowledge I had gained, but in the understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, of the enduring power of stories to transcend time and space. As I made my way back to the town, the words of the keeper echoed in my mind, a guiding light for the path ahead. The stories of the past, I realized, are not just echoes of what once was, they are beacons, illuminating the way forward, reminding us of the enduring strength of the human spirit, the unbreakable bonds of community, and the infinite possibilities that lie within the act of remembering. And so, with a heart filled with newfound purpose, and a mind brimming with stories yearning to be told, I began to weave the tales of Ellsworth into a narrative tapestry, a tribute to the town and its people, to the vanishing house and its keeper. For in the sharing of stories we find connection, understanding, and the timeless dance of life that moves ever onwards, guided by the light of the past and the hope of the future. Story 7. In a realm where reality is stitched together with the threads of magic unseen and voices unheard, there existed a library unlike any other, a sanctuary, not only of knowledge but of secrets that breathed life into the very fabric of existence. This library, nestled in the heart of a city that thrummed with the pulse of the arcane, was my haven, my escape from the mundane trappings of a world that had grown increasingly insipid. I was the librarian, a title that belied the true depth of my role. To the untrained eye, I was a keeper of books, a curator of tales and histories. Yet those who looked closer, who saw beyond the veil of the ordinary, understood that I was a guardian of a more profound truth, a custodian of stories that shaped the destiny of the world itself. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of crimson and gold, a peculiar tome caught my eye. It was an ancient volume, its cover worn by the passage of countless hands, its pages suffused with the whispers of ages past. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, I opened the book to a page that seemed to glow with an inner light, the words dancing before my eyes, weaving a spell of enthrallment. The story that unfolded was one of a forgotten city, a place of wonder and dread where time flowed like a river, bifurcating and converging in a tapestry of possibilities. It spoke of a gatekeeper who dwelled within this city, a being of immense power and inscrutable purpose, whose charge was to maintain the balance between worlds, to keep the fabric of reality from unraveling. Compelled by a desire that bordered on obsession, I resolved to seek out this city, to stand before the gatekeeper and uncover the mysteries that lay beyond. My journey was fraught with challenges, for the path to the forgotten city was hidden, accessible only to those who possessed the knowledge to find it, and the courage to traverse it. Guided by the tome's arcane instructions, I navigated through realms of shadow and light, of time twisted upon itself, until at last I stood at the threshold of the city. It was a place out of time, its architecture a confluence of countless cultures, its air thick with the power of the ley lines that converged beneath its streets. The gatekeeper awaited me, just as the tome had foretold, a figure shrouded in robes of midnight, their face obscured by the depths of their hood. "Why have you come?" their voice echoed in the spaces between my thoughts, a sound both terrifying and beautiful. "To understand," I replied, my voice steady despite the awe that gripped me. "To learn the truth of this place, of you, and of the role I am to play in the grand design." The gatekeeper regarded me for a moment, an eternity compressed into the span of a heartbeat. Then, with a gesture, they beckoned me forward, into the heart of the city, where the fabric of reality was thinnest, where the secrets of the universe lay open for those brave enough to look. What I saw, what I learned in that moment, transcended the bounds of language, a revelation of the interconnectedness of all things, of the cyclical nature of existence, and of the pivotal role stories play in shaping the cosmos itself. The gatekeeper, I came to understand, was not just a guardian of the city, but of the narrative that underpinned reality, ensuring that the story of the universe continued to unfold according to the ancient patterns woven into its inception. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the library, to my world transformed. The books I tended to were no longer mere collections of words and ideas, but living entities, each a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence, each a story that held the power to alter the course of destiny. And so I became more than a librarian. I was a weaver of tales, a guardian of the threshold between imagination and reality, holding the balance between the known and the unknown, guiding the stories that shape our world along their destined paths. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silver light through the windows of the library, I opened the ancient tome once more, its pages glowing softly in the lunar illumination. There were more secrets to uncover, more journeys to undertake, and I, the librarian, was ready to follow where the stories led, to protect and preserve the narrative that binds us all, in this world and the next. Story 8. In a world where the edges of reality blurred with the realms of dreams, there existed a small, seemingly insignificant town, hidden away from the prying eyes of the mundane world. This town, known only to those who dreamt deeply, was a nexus of power, a place where dreamers could enter the dreams of others, influencing the course of events in both the dream world and the waking world. As a dream weaver, I had always felt an affinity for the night, for the realm of dreams where I wielded my powers. Yet there was one dream, a recurring vision that eluded my understanding, a dream of a door that stood alone in the midst of an endless field of stars. This door, radiant and imposing, called to me, its presence a challenge and an invitation. Compelled by the mystery of the door and its significance, I embarked on a journey to find it, not just in the realm of dreams but in the physical world. My quest led me to the hidden town, a place that seemed untouched by time, its inhabitants the masters of dreams, each a dreamweaver in their own right. The town was a labyrinth of mysteries, each turn revealing more questions than answers. It was here, in the heart of this enigmatic place, that I encountered the Guardian of Dreams, a being of immense power and wisdom, who held the key to understanding the door in my dreams. The door you seek, the Guardian began, is not just a figment of your imagination but a portal, a gateway that bridges the gap between the world of dreams and the world beyond, a realm where the fabric of reality is woven from the threads of dreams. To reach the door, to unlock its secrets, I would have to master the art of dream weaving to a degree I had never before imagined. It was a challenge that I accepted without hesitation, driven by a desire to explore the unknown, to discover what lay beyond the door. Under the guidance of the Guardian, I delved deeper into the mysteries of dream weaving, learning to navigate the intricate web of dreams, to influence the tapestry of fate itself. With each passing night I grew closer to my goal, the door in the field of stars becoming more tangible, its call more insistent. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of searching and learning, I stood before the door in my dream, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. As I reached out to touch it, the door swung open, revealing a realm of infinite possibility, a place where the boundaries between dreams and reality dissolved. Beyond the door lay a world of breathtaking beauty and unfathomable complexity, a universe where the laws of physics were guided by the whims of imagination, where dreams shaped the landscape, and the thoughts of its inhabitants brought forth wonders and terrors alike. It was a realm in constant flux, shaped by the collective dreams of all who entered, a place of endless adventure and boundless exploration. Here I was not just a dreamweaver but a creator, a shaper of worlds, a master of my destiny. As I journeyed through this dream realm, I encountered other dreamweavers, each pursuing their own quests, their dreams intertwining with mine in a tapestry of shared destiny. Together we faced challenges that tested our powers and our resolve, forging bonds that transcended the boundaries of the dream world. Yet, even as I reveled in the freedom and power of the dream realm, I understood that with great power came great responsibility. The realm beyond the door was not just a place of personal fulfillment but a reflection of the collective unconscious, a mirror of the hopes, fears, and desires of all dreamers. To safeguard this realm, to ensure that it remained a place of positive creation rather than destructive chaos, I and my fellow dreamweavers formed a pact. We became the guardians of the dream realm, the protectors of the portal, ensuring that the dreams that shaped this world were guided by wisdom and compassion, that the door remained a gateway to possibility rather than peril. And so, my journey continued, a never-ending adventure in a world where dreams were the currency of creation, where imagination had the power to change not just the dream realm but the waking world as well. In this place of infinite possibility, I found my true purpose, not just as a dream weaver but as a guardian of dreams, a steward of the imagination that connects us all. Story 9. In the shadows of an ancient world, where myths walked hand in hand with reality and the fabric of the universe was woven with magic, there existed a library. This was no ordinary library, but a repository of arcane knowledge, a place where the veil between the worlds was thin and the air was thick with the power of untold secrets. This library, known to those who dared to seek its wisdom as the Athenaeum of Shadows, was my domain. I, the keeper of the Athenaeum, was sworn to protect its knowledge, to guide those who sought its wisdom, and to guard against those who would misuse its power. The library was a living entity, its heart beating with the rhythm of the universe, its breath a whisper of the ages. It was a place of wonder, but also of danger, for not all secrets were meant to be uncovered. One night, under the cloak of darkness, a figure approached the Athenaeum. Cloaked in shadows, with a presence that seemed to warp the very air around them, they sought entrance, not with the humble request of a seeker of knowledge, but with the demanding force of one accustomed to bending the world to their will. The doors of the Athenaeum, ancient and imbued with magic, remained firmly closed against this intrusion. It was my duty to confront the figure, to understand their purpose, and if necessary, to protect the library's secrets. "Why do you seek entry to the Athenaeum of Shadows?" I asked, my voice echoing in the silence of the night. "I seek the scroll of endless realms," the figure replied, their voice a chilling blend of command and desperation. "I will have it, with or without your consent." The scroll of endless realms, a powerful artifact that contained the knowledge to traverse the dimensions, to bend the fabric of reality to the will of its reader. It was a dangerous power, one that could unravel the threads of existence if misused. "You cannot wield such power," I warned, "for it comes with a price that is too great to bear. The scroll is not meant for mortal hands, not even for those who believe themselves beyond the constraints of mortality." The figure laughed, a sound that sent shivers through the very stones of the Athenaeum. "I am beyond your warnings, Keeper. I have faced the abyss, and it has shown me the path to true power. Stand aside, or be swept away by the tide of destiny." It was then I understood the true danger, not just to the Athenaeum, but to the fabric of the universe itself. This figure had been touched by the void, seduced by its promise of power, but blinded to the destruction that followed in its wake. With no other choice, I invoked the ancient magics of the Athenaeum, calling upon the guardians of knowledge, the spirits of the library that slumbered in the depths of its archives. The air shimmered with power as the guardians appeared, beings of pure energy, their forms constantly shifting, reflecting the infinite knowledge they protected. A battle ensued, not of physical might, but of wills, a clash of magic that shook the foundations of the Athenaeum. The figure fought with the desperation of one who has nothing left to lose, their magic tainted with the darkness of the void. In the end, it was the figure's own hubris that led to their downfall. In their single-minded pursuit of power, they had overlooked the true strength of the Athenaeum, the collective will of the universe to protect its secrets, to maintain the balance of existence. Overwhelmed by the guardians, the figure was cast out, banished back into the shadows from whence they came, their ambitions thwarted. As the dawn broke, casting its light upon the Athenaeum, the library stood unblemished, its secrets safe once more. Yet the encounter served as a reminder of the constant vigilance required to protect the knowledge contained within its walls, of the fine balance between light and darkness, knowledge and power. I, the keeper of the Athenaeum, returned to my duties more determined than ever to safeguard the mysteries of the universe. For in a world where magic and reality intertwined, where the shadows held untold secrets, the Athenaeum of Shadows was not just a library, but a beacon, a light shining in the darkness, guiding those who sought its wisdom on a path of discovery, and protecting them from the dangers that lurked in the unseen corners of existence. In the aftermath of the conflict, the Athenaeum of Shadows breathed a sigh of relief, its ancient walls whispering tales of the night's ordeal. The encounter, while perilous, had reaffirmed my role as the keeper, not merely as a guardian of knowledge, but as a protector of the balance between worlds. The library, with its infinite corridors and endless shelves, seemed to acknowledge my resolve, its magic pulsing with renewed vigor. As days turned into nights and seasons shifted outside the timeless walls of the Athenaeum, seekers of knowledge from realms near and far continued to arrive, drawn by the library's reputation as a beacon of wisdom. Each visitor brought with them stories of their own, threads that intertwined with the tapestry of the library's history, enriching it, expanding its dominion not just across realms but through the very fabric of stories themselves. Among these seekers I found allies, kindred spirits whose dedication to preserving the integrity of the universe matched my own. Together we delved deeper into the mysteries of the cosmos, uncovering truths long forgotten, and forging a bond that transcended the boundaries of time and space. The Athenaeum had become more than a sanctuary of knowledge. It was a nexus of connections, a place where the past, present, and future converged, guarded by those who understood the true power of dreams woven into reality. Story 10. In the heart of a bustling city, where the streets thrummed with the energy of 1,000 lives intersecting, there existed a small, unassuming shop that was a portal to the extraordinary. The sign above the door read Elixirium Alchemy of the Soul. And it was here that I, an alchemist of emotions, practiced my craft. The Elixirium was a sanctuary for those seeking to feel or unfeel, to find solace or escape from the tumult of human existence. My role was to distill emotions into their purest form, creating potions that could invoke love, dispel fear, or inspire courage. Yet, among the myriad concoctions that lined the shelves of the Elixirium, one potion remained a mystery even to me, the Elixir of Shadows. The Elixir of Shadows was said to be the most potent of all potions, capable of revealing the true nature of one's soul, of unlocking the deepest desires and darkest fears that lay hidden within. Its recipe was a closely guarded secret, passed down through generations of alchemists, each ingredient a riddle, each step in its creation a test of one's resolve and understanding of the alchemical arts. Driven by a desire to master this elusive elixir, I embarked on a quest to gather its ingredients, a journey that led me to the corners of the world and the edges of reality. I sought the tears of the moon, collected under a lunar eclipse the breath of the wind, captured atop the highest peak the heart of the ocean, retrieved from the deepest trench and the shadow of time, a sliver of eternity itself. With each ingredient, the Elixir of Shadows began to take shape, its power growing, its essence a swirling vortex of light and darkness. Yet, it was not until the final step of the process, the addition of a single drop of my own essence, that the elixir was complete. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, a potion of unparalleled power that held the promise of enlightenment and the peril of madness. The moment of truth arrived under the cloak of night, as I stood before the Elixirium's ancient cauldron, the Elixir of Shadows in my hand. With a heart full of hope and a mind braced for the unknown, I consumed the potion, feeling its power course through my veins, a raging torrent that threatened to overwhelm my senses. What I experienced was a journey beyond the confines of the physical world, a descent into the depths of my soul. I saw the light of my highest aspirations in the darkness of my deepest fears, the contradictions and complexities that made me who I was. The Elixir of Shadows held a mirror to my essence, revealing truths I had hidden from myself, illuminating the path to true mastery of the alchemical arts. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, I emerged from the ordeal transformed. The Elixir of Shadows had not only shown me the intricacies of my own soul, but had also imparted the wisdom that the power to change, to heal, or to destroy lay not in the potions I crafted, but within myself, within the choices I made and the actions I took. With this newfound understanding, the Elixirium became more than a shop. It was a place of healing and growth, where potions were but tools to aid those on their journey to self-discovery. And I, once an alchemist of emotions, became a guide, helping others navigate the tumultuous waters of the human experience, using the art of alchemy to illuminate the path to understanding and acceptance. As the sun rose higher in the sky, casting its light upon the Elixirium, I knew that my journey was far from over. The world was full of mysteries to unravel, emotions to understand, and souls to touch. The elixir of shadows had opened my eyes to the boundless potential of the alchemical arts, setting me on a path of endless exploration and discovery, in the pursuit of the ultimate alchemy, the transformation of the soul. Story 11. Beyond the realm of the known, where the fabric of reality thins and the mysteries of the cosmos unfold, there lies the archive of the unseen. This is not a place of brick and mortar, but a dimension of consciousness, accessible only to those who dare to dream beyond the bounds of physicality. As its keeper, I have traversed the endless halls of this interdimensional archive, a guardian of knowledge so vast and ancient that it predates the stars themselves. The archive of the unseen is a nexus of all that is, was, and could ever be, a repository of potentialities where every thought, every dream, and every whisper of imagination is preserved in the echoes of eternity. My role, as timeless as the archive itself, is to guide the seekers who find their way to its doors, to aid them in their quest for knowledge and understanding. One evening, under the shroud of a new moon, a seeker arrived at the threshold of the archive, their soul alight with a thirst for knowledge that surpassed the ordinary. This seeker, a scientist from a realm where technology and magic were intertwined, sought the blueprint of creation, the original spark from which all life sprang. Guiding the seeker through the labyrinthine corridors of the archive, we arrived at the Hall of Beginnings, where the essence of creation itself is enshrined. Here, amidst the swirling nebulae and dancing constellations that adorned the hall, lay the Codex of Creation, an artifact of such power and mystery that few had ever laid eyes upon it. The Codex, bound in the fabric of reality, its pages the very threads of existence, pulsed with a life of its own. The seeker, with hands trembling in anticipation, opened the Codex to reveal the secrets it held, the language of light and sound, the fundamental code that underpins the universe. As the seeker deciphered the Codex, the archive around us began to resonate, a symphony of cosmic harmony that echoed the birth of galaxies and the whisper of quantum particles. It was in this moment of transcendence that the seeker understood the true nature of creation, not as a moment frozen in time, but as an ongoing act, an eternal dance of chaos and order, possibility and actuality. Armed with this knowledge, the seeker returned to their realm, their vision forever changed. They had sought the blueprint of creation, but found instead the understanding that creation is not a past event but a present reality, an act in which all beings participate, knowingly or unknowingly, shaping the fabric of the universe with every thought, every action, every dream. As for me, the keeper of the archive, I remained at my post, a sentinel at the crossroads of infinity, ready to guide the next seeker who dared to dream beyond the stars. For the archive of the unseen is not just a repository of what has been, but a beacon for what might yet be, a testament to the endless potential of the cosmos and the indomitable spirit of those who seek to understand it. In the aftermath of the seeker's departure, the archive of the unseen whispered with renewed vigor, its ancient halls imbued with the echo of newfound understanding. This encounter, like countless others before it, served as a reminder of the archive's purpose, not merely as a keeper of secrets, but as a crucible for the alchemical process of transforming knowledge into wisdom. The archive, in its infinite expanse, began to subtly shift, its endless corridors and towering shelves rearranging themselves in anticipation of the next seeker to cross the threshold of reality. For the archive is alive, responsive to the ebb and flow of the cosmic tide, its contents an ever-evolving tapestry of universal knowledge. As the keeper, my connection to the archive deepened with each seeker's journey, each question asked and answered weaving my essence further into the fabric of this place. I had come to understand that my role was not one of passive guardianship, but active engagement in the dialogue between the known and the unknown, between the seekers and the secrets they yearn to uncover. The archive, for all its celestial scope, mirrored the human heart in its complexity and capacity for endless wonder. It was a reminder that the quest for understanding is a fundamental part of the human experience, a journey that transcends dimensions and unites us across the vastness of space and time. In this realm of eternal questing, the line between the keeper and the seekers began to blur, a testament to the truth that we are all keepers of our own mysteries and seekers of our own truths. The archive of the unseen, a beacon in the darkness of the unknown, stood as a symbol of our collective pursuit of understanding, a shared voyage into the depths of the cosmos and the recesses of our own souls. Story 12. As I walked through the deserted forest, I heard whispers that seemed to come from the very trees themselves. Each step felt heavier, as if the ground itself was trying to pull me down into its depths. The air was thick with an unnameable scent, a blend of decay and something far older. The light, barely making its way through the dense canopy, seemed to flicker with shadows that moved of their own accord. I had been told stories of this place, whispered tales that the elders in my village spoke of only in hushed tones. They said the forest was alive, that it had a consciousness, and it did not appreciate visitors. I had laughed those stories off, attributing them to superstitions and a bygone era of mysticism. Yet, here I was, feeling the weight of their truth with every step. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They were no longer just sounds but words, phrases that I couldn't quite understand. It was as if the forest itself was speaking a language long forgotten by man, trying to communicate something urgent. My heart pounded in my chest, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I tried to quicken my pace, thinking only of the open field that lay on the other side of this ancient woodland. But the more I hurried, the more I felt resistance, as if invisible hands were gently pushing me back, urging me to listen. The ground beneath my feet became spongy, the earth swallowing my footsteps, making me feel as though I was wading through a swamp rather than walking on solid ground. It was then that I saw a flicker of movement between two gnarled oak trees. My breath caught in my throat. I stopped dead in my tracks, squinting through the dim light, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. And there, standing between the trees, was a figure. It was too far to make out details, but it seemed to be staring right at me, its presence palpable, even from a distance. I knew I should run, that every instinct in my body was screaming at me to flee back to the safety of the village. But something held me in place, a morbid curiosity or perhaps the forest's influence, rooting me to the spot. The figure began to move towards me, its steps silent, almost floating across the forest floor. As it drew closer, the whispers crescendoed into a deafening roar in my ears. I could now see that the figure was shrouded in a cloak made of leaves and bark, its face hidden in the shadow of a hood. Only its eyes were visible, glowing with an unnatural light. It raised a hand, palm outstretched towards me, and spoke in a voice that seemed to come from the earth itself. "Leave. Now." The message was clear, and its tone brooked no argument. With a strength I didn't know I possessed, I turned and ran. The forest seemed to relent, the ground firm beneath my feet once more, allowing me to make my escape. I burst out of the tree line into the field beyond, gasping for air, my heart racing. I didn't stop running until I reached the village, until I was surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of home. But even then, the whispers of the forest seemed to follow me, a constant reminder that there are things in this world that are beyond our understanding, ancient guardians that watch over the old places. As I collapsed at the edge of the village, my lungs burning for air, the villagers gathered around me, their faces etched with concern and curiosity. I tried to speak, to warn them of what lurked within the forest's depths, but words failed me. Instead, my gaze shifted back to the forest's edge, half expecting to see the cloaked figure emerge. The whispers had ceased, yet their echo lingered in my mind, a chilling reminder of the forest's ancient power. That night as I lay in bed, the events replayed in my mind like a haunting melody. The figure in the cloak, the sinking ground, the pressing darkness, all of it felt like a warning, a boundary not to be crossed again. I realized then that the village's tales were not mere superstitions, but a collective memory of the forest's guardians, entities that existed to protect sacred ground. My intrusion had disturbed a delicate balance, a pact made long ago between the natural world and those who dwelled on its fringes. From that day forward, I respected the whispered warnings of the elders. I understood that some places on Earth are not meant for humans to tread. The forest, with its ancient sentinels, was one of those places, a realm where the boundary between our world and something far more mysterious blurred. A threshold I had crossed and survived, but one I would never dare approach again. Story 13. There's a cabin deep in the woods where no one dares to venture. They say that once you enter, you never come out the same. The stories about it have always been whispered, shared around flickering campfires and during late-night gatherings, always with a note of fear in the teller's voice. As a lover of mysteries and an avid hiker, I've always been drawn to the unexplained and the supposedly haunted. But this cabin, with its aura of dread and the tales of those who entered and were never seen again, or came back, changed, always gave me pause. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me from within its darkened windows. The day I decided to visit the cabin, the forest seemed unusually silent, as if the very birds and insects were holding their breath, watching my every move. The path, barely visible under the overgrowth, was lined with ancient trees that seemed to lean closer, their branches like twisted hands trying to snatch at me as I passed. The further I ventured, the heavier the air felt, thick with a sense of foreboding that settled over me like a damp cloak. As the cabin came into view, its dilapidated state was immediately apparent. The wood was rotting, the windows shattered, and the door hung loosely on its hinges. Yet, despite its disrepair, the structure exuded an undeniable presence, as if it were alive, watching me with unseen eyes. I felt a chill run down my spine, a primal part of me screaming to turn back. But my curiosity, my need to know, pushed me forward. Standing at the threshold, I hesitated. The stories raced through my mind, tales of people who felt compelled to enter, only to disappear, of lights seen in the dead of night, when no living soul should have been inside, of strange noises, cries, and whispers that emanated from its depths. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was cold, far colder than it should have been for a summer's day. The interior was shrouded in shadows, dust motes dancing in the slivers of light that pierced the gloom. The silence was oppressive, as if the cabin itself was holding its breath. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out the remnants of what might once have been a cozy retreat, a stone fireplace, a wooden table, and chairs, all covered in a thick layer of dust. I explored the ground floor, each step echoing ominously through the empty rooms. There was a sense of sadness, of loss, that permeated the air, as if the cabin mourned its abandonment. Yet there was also something else, an undercurrent of something dark and menacing, lurking just out of sight. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, I found myself at the foot of a narrow staircase leading to the attic. The whispers began then, soft and insidious, winding their way into my mind. They were unintelligible at first, but as I ascended, they grew louder, more urgent. They seemed to be coming from the attic itself. The attic was cramped and filled with old furniture and boxes. In the far corner, under the eaves, stood an old mirror, its surface dusty and speckled with age. The whispers grew to a crescendo as I approached, and I could finally make out words, pleas, and warnings, all jumbled together in a cacophony of voices. I reached out to the mirror, compelled by a force I couldn't resist. The moment my fingers touched the glass, The world shifted. The attic, the cabin, the forest outside, it all fell away, leaving me in a void of darkness. Panic rose in my throat as I spun around, trying to find something, anything, to anchor me. That's when I saw them, figures in the darkness, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. They circled me, their whispers now clear, each voice a story of sorrow, anger, and madness. I realized then that the cabin was not just a cabin, it was a prison, a place of torment for souls trapped between worlds. The mirror was their only connection to the living, and I had opened the door for them. They surged forward, eager to escape their confinement, to enter my world. In a moment of clarity amid the terror, I understood what I needed to do. With all the strength I could muster, I pulled away from the mirror and stumbled back down the stairs, the spirit's wails of rage and despair echoing in my ears. I burst out of the cabin, the sunlight blinding after the darkness of the attic. I didn't stop to look back, running through the forest with a desperate speed I didn't know I possessed. I emerged from the woods just as the sun began to set, the cabin and its horrors hidden once again by the shadows of the trees. The weight of what I had experienced pressed heavily upon me. I knew I had barely escaped, that the cabin and its inhabitants would haunt my dreams for years to come. The stories I had heard were true, but they didn't tell the whole story. The cabin was a warning, a barrier against the darkness that lies beyond our understanding. I had crossed that barrier, driven by arrogance and curiosity, and I was lucky to return at all. I never returned to the woods, nor did I seek out other haunted places. The encounter had changed me, leaving a mark upon my soul that would never fully heal. The cabin remained, a silent sentinel in the forest, its secrets and its prisoners locked away once more. But the memory of those lost souls, trapped in their eternal torment, remained with me, a constant reminder of the day I walked into the darkness and barely escaped. Story 14. As the last flickers of twilight painted the sky, my fascination with the old abandoned farmhouse at the edge of town turned into an obsession. The structure stood isolated, a relic of a bygone era, its sagging roof and boarded-up windows a testament to years of neglect. The townsfolk whispered about it, sharing tales of strange happenings, of figures seen in the dead of night, and of sounds that echoed in the silence, unsettling the bravest of hearts. These stories, meant to serve as warnings, only fueled my curiosity further. I had to see for myself, to uncover the secrets that lay hidden within its crumbling walls. I waited for a night when the moon was just a sliver in the sky, casting minimal light on my path. As I approached the farmhouse, an inexplicable chill settled over me, a prelude to the unease that would soon become my constant companion. The air around the house felt thick, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Pushing past my rising fear, I found a way in through a broken window, the shards of glass like teeth in the moonlight. Inside, the house was shrouded in darkness, the only light coming from my flashlight, its beam trembling in my unsteady hand. Dust hung in the air, undisturbed, a silent witness to the years that had passed since anyone had called this place home. I moved through the rooms on the ground floor, each step creaking ominously underfoot, the silence so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat. It wasn't long before I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I spun around, shining my light into the corners of the room, but saw nothing. Yet the feeling persisted, a weight on my shoulders, a whisper in my ear. It was then that I heard it, a soft shuffle, like the hem of a dress across the floorboards. I followed the sound, drawn deeper into the house, until I reached the staircase leading to the second floor. The shadows seemed to gather here, clinging to the walls, stretching out towards me like fingers. I ascended the stairs, each step groaning under my weight, until I reached the top. The hallway was lined with doors, each one closed, hiding its secrets. I opened them, one by one, finding nothing but empty rooms, their contents long since removed or decayed beyond recognition. But it was the last door at the end of the hallway that held the true horror. As I pushed it open, the air grew colder, the shadows deepening. The room was bare except for a mirror, its surface covered in dust. Drawn to it, I reached out, my fingers tracing the outlines of figures that had been etched into the glass. Figures that moved as I watched, their eyes filled with sorrow and rage. In that moment, I understood the farmhouse was not abandoned, but inhabited by the shadows of the past, souls trapped in a liminal space, unable to move on. They had seen me, recognized in me a living breath, a beacon in their darkness, and now they clung to me, followed me, a constant presence at the edge of my vision. I fled the house, running into the night, but I could not escape the feeling of being followed. The shadows had attached themselves to me, a reminder of the night I had dared to uncover the secrets of the old abandoned farmhouse. Now, everywhere I go, I feel their eyes upon me, hear their whispers in the silence, and know that I am never truly alone. The boundary between our world and the next is thinner than we imagine, and some doors once opened can never be closed again. I had sought out the mysteries of the farmhouse driven by curiosity, but in doing so I had disturbed something ancient, something that should have been left alone. Now I live with the consequences, a prisoner of my own making, forever watched by the shadows that lurk within. The days following my visit to the farmhouse became a testament to the folly of my curiosity. My nights were plagued with nightmares, vivid and terrifying, filled with the echoes of the past that clung to the old structure like a curse. I would wake up, cold sweat drenching my sheets, with a feeling of unseen eyes upon me, their gaze heavy and accusing. The shadows that followed me were not mere figments of my imagination, they were palpable, a presence that refused to be ignored, a constant reminder of that night. I tried to go about my days, to immerse myself in the routine of daily life in an attempt to forget, to convince myself that it was all a product of my overactive imagination. But the sensation of being watched, of being followed, was relentless. Shadows seemed to move with a life of their own, darting at the corner of my vision, always just out of sight, but always there. The whispers were more pronounced now, no longer just the shuffling of fabric or the creak of floorboards. They spoke in tongues I couldn't understand, a symphony of sorrow and longing, of anger and despair, a cacophony that filled my ears in the quiet moments before sleep claimed me. The realization dawned on me that the farmhouse had marked me, had bound me to it in ways I couldn't comprehend. It was as if by venturing into its depths, by witnessing the remnants of the lives once lived within its walls, I had become a part of its history, another soul for it to claim. I could no longer deny the connection, the invisible threads that tied me to the place, drawing me back despite my fear. In desperation, I sought answers, delving into the history of the farmhouse and the land upon which it stood. I learned of its past, of the family that had once called it home, of the tragedy that had befallen them, leaving their spirits tethered to the mortal realm. Their story was one of loss and heartbreak, a series of unfortunate events that had led to their untimely demise, their spirits caught in the perpetual loop of their final moments, unable to find peace. Story 15. Have you ever heard the legend of the cursed doll that roams the abandoned carnival grounds? They say its porcelain eyes follow you wherever you go, and that anyone who crosses its path is doomed to suffer a fate worse than death. The story has been a part of the town's lore for as long as anyone can remember, whispered among the children and spoken in hushed tones by the adults. The carnival, once a place of laughter and joy, had been abandoned years ago, leaving behind rusted rides and booths, a ghostly shell of its former self. And within its desolate expanse, the doll was said to wander, an eerie sentinel guarding secrets long forgotten. Driven by a blend of curiosity and disbelief, I decided to explore the abandoned carnival one evening. The setting sun cast long shadows, transforming the once vibrant grounds into a scene straight out of a nightmare. The air was still, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of the Ferris wheel as it swayed in the wind. It was as if the place was holding its breath, waiting for something, or someone. I wandered through the maze of booths and rides, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. It was then that I saw it, sitting atop a counter in what once must have been a prize booth. The doll. Its porcelain skin gleamed under the beam of my flashlight, and its eyes, oh, those eyes, seemed to pierce right through me. They were eerily lifelike, reflecting a depth of emotion no doll should possess. Dressed in a tattered lace dress, it sat there, a macabre relic of the carnival's heyday. Laughing nervously at the absurdity of my fear, I reached out to touch it, to prove to myself that it was just a doll, nothing more. But the moment my fingers brushed against its cold porcelain skin, the air around me grew colder, and a feeling of dread washed over me. I tried to pull my hand back, but I couldn't. It was as if the doll had ensnared me, locking me in its gaze. Panic set in as the ground beneath me began to tremble, and the abandoned rides creaked to life, lights flickering on in a chaotic symphony of sound and color. The laughter of children filled the air, not joyful, but twisted and malicious. It was then that I realized the carnival wasn't empty, it was inhabited by spirits, trapped souls lured by the doll's curse, forced to relive their final moments over and over. I struggled to free myself, to break the doll's hold on me, but it was futile. The more I resisted, the tighter its grip became. Just when I thought all was lost, a voice whispered in my ear, a voice filled with sorrow and regret. It told me of the doll's origin, of a magician who had imbued it with the soul of his beloved daughter, lost to illness. He had meant for it to be a vessel for her to live on, but in his grief, he had cursed it, trapping her soul and those of others who came into contact with it. The realization hit me like a wave. The doll wasn't malevolent, it was trapped, a prisoner of its own existence. Empathy replaced my fear, and with a newfound resolve, I spoke to the soul within the doll, offering it solace, promising to free it from its eternal bondage. As if understanding my intent, the chaos around me began to subside, the carnival falling silent once more. The grip on my hand loosened, and I was finally able to pull away. I looked into the doll's eyes one last time, no longer feeling fear but a deep sense of sorrow for the souls lost to its curse. I left the carnival grounds that night, the doll's gaze following me as I went. The legend of the cursed doll would continue, but for me, it was no longer just a story. It was a reminder of the pain and loss that lingered in the most unexpected places, and of the power of empathy to heal even the deepest of wounds. From that day forward, I dedicated myself to uncovering the truth behind the town's legends, to bring peace to those trapped by their own stories. The carnival remains abandoned, a silent testament to the night I confronted the legend of the cursed doll, a night that changed my life forever. My encounter with the cursed doll became a defining moment in my life, reshaping my understanding of the world beyond the veil of the ordinary. I couldn't shake the memory of those porcelain eyes, the depth of the trapped soul within them, and the eerie life that had momentarily engulfed the carnival grounds. The experience haunted my dreams, a constant reminder of the fine line between our reality and the unseen world that parallels our own. The whispers of the past and the cries of the trapped souls echoed in my mind, urging me to delve deeper, to uncover more of the hidden truths that lie just beyond our perception. In the days that followed, I began researching the history of the carnival, piecing together the tragedies that had unfolded on its grounds. Each story was a thread in the intricate tapestry of the carnival's cursed legacy, from the magician's doomed attempt to resurrect his daughter's spirit to the numerous lives ensnared by the doll's haunting presence. The more I learned, the more I realized the extent of the sorrow that permeated the place, a sorrow that the doll, in its silent vigil, had borne witness to for decades. Driven by a newfound purpose, I sought to share the story of the cursed doll and the haunted carnival with the world, to honor the memories of those lost and to caution others against underestimating the power of the unseen. My journey into the heart of the unknown had just begun, with the carnival as my initiation into a realm where legends and reality intertwine, where each shadow and whisper holds a story waiting to be told. The doll, with its eerie, lifelike gaze, had opened a door for me, one that led to a path shrouded in mystery and laden with the responsibility to seek out the lost, to listen to their stories, and to bring them peace. This path, illuminated by the faint glow of the otherworldly, was one I chose to walk, forever changed by the night when the curse of the porcelain doll became my burden to bear, my story to tell. Story 16. I stumbled upon an ancient graveyard hidden deep in the heart of the forest. The canopy above was dense, filtering the sunlight into a perpetual dusk that blanketed the area in an ethereal glow. The headstones, crooked and covered in moss, bore the names of those long forgotten, their legacies eroded by time. It was a place of solemn quietude, a sanctuary undisturbed by the passage of the modern world, where the whispers of the past seemed almost tangible. As I wandered among the graves, tracing the outlines of names and dates worn by centuries, a peculiar sight caught my eye: a fresh mound of earth, as if someone or something had been buried there only moments before. The contrast was jarring. Surrounding graves bore the marks of age, their inscriptions faded and their edges softened by the relentless march of time. Yet here lay a patch of disturbed earth, its surface rough and uneven, devoid of the lichen and moss that adorned its ancient neighbors. No headstone marked this new grave, no flowers adorned it. There was only the raw, unblemished earth, a silent testament to a recent interment. Intrigued and somewhat unnerved, I approached the site cautiously, the air around me growing colder, denser, as if permeated by an unseen presence. The forest, alive with the sounds of nature just moments before, fell silent, a hush descending like a shroud. It was as though the very ground upon which I stood was holding its breath, watching, waiting. Driven by a blend of curiosity and an inexplicable sense of obligation, I knelt beside the grave, my fingers hovering above the freshly turned soil. The urge to dig, to uncover the secrets held within, was overwhelming. Yet something held me back, a primal fear, a warning from the depths of my soul that to disturb this site would be to invite a fate far worse than mere trespass. As I pondered my next move, a sudden movement at the edge of my vision caught my attention. I turned, heart racing, to see a figure standing at the periphery of the clearing. Cloaked in the shadows of the forest, it was little more than a silhouette, yet its presence was unmistakable. It stood motionless, watching, its intentions obscured by the distance and the dim light. The figure exuded an aura of timeless age and profound sorrow, a guardian of secrets that were not meant to be unearthed. The moment stretched, the air charged with an anticipation I could neither understand nor escape. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure receded into the shadows, leaving behind a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight upon my chest. I knew then that I had ventured into a realm that was not my own, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred into insignificance. The graveyard, with its ancient stones and newly turned earth, was a nexus of sorts, a point of convergence for forces beyond my comprehension. With a final glance at the fresh grave, I made my decision. It was not my place to disturb the rest of those who lay within this sacred ground. The mysteries of the graveyard, the identity of the newly buried, and the nature of the shadowy figure would remain unanswered, locked within the heart of the forest. I left the graveyard with a sense of unease, the image of the fresh mound of earth etched into my memory. The experience had changed me, leaving me with more questions than answers, a sense of wonder at the mysteries that lay hidden in the forgotten corners of the world. The ancient graveyard, with its blend of history and mystery, would forever remain a reminder of the day I brushed against the unknown, a day that would haunt my dreams for years to come. Story 17. As I made my way back through the forest, the oppressive silence that had enveloped the graveyard began to lift, replaced by the familiar sounds of nature. Birds chirped overhead, and the wind whispered through the trees. Yet the normalcy of these sounds did little to ease the sense of foreboding that clung to me like a second skin. My mind raced, replaying the events at the graveyard over and over, each time finding new details to ponder, new facets of the mystery to obsess over. The figure in the shadows, in particular, lingered in my thoughts, a spectral guardian of the dead, or perhaps a lost soul bound to the sacred ground. The further I walked, the more the strange sensation of being followed grew. It was not a physical presence. There were no footsteps echoing mine, no rustling in the underbrush to suggest I was being pursued. Instead, it was a feeling deep in my gut, an inexplicable certainty that I was not alone, that the eyes of the unseen were upon me, watching my retreat from their domain. By the time I emerged from the cover of the trees, the sun had begun to set, casting long shadows across the ground and painting the sky in hues of orange and red. The beauty of the sunset, however, provided little comfort. The forest, with its ancient secrets and silent watchers, had imbued the evening with an eerie quality, transforming the familiar landscape into something otherworldly. That night, as I lay in bed, sleep proved elusive. The image of the fresh grave haunted me, a symbol of mysteries untold and rites unfinished. What or who lay beneath that mound of earth? Was the figure a protector of the grave, a mourner, or something more sinister? And why did I feel such a profound connection to a place I had only just discovered, a pull as strong and inexplicable as any I had ever experienced? In the days that followed, my life resumed its usual rhythm, but the experience at the graveyard lingered at the edges of my consciousness, an unresolved chord in the melody of my existence. I found myself drawn to old books and records, to tales of the supernatural and accounts of ancient burial rites, searching for anything that might explain what I had seen and felt. The pull of the graveyard was unrelenting, a siren call that beckoned me back to its secluded embrace. And I knew, deep down, that I would return, not immediately, but in time. There were answers hidden in that sacred ground, whispers of the past that yearned to be heard. The fresh grave and its spectral guardian had opened a door to a world I had never known, a world where the line between the living and the dead was blurred, and where every stone, every tree, held a story. So I resolved to go back, armed with a deeper understanding and a respect for the forces at play. The ancient graveyard in the heart of the forest had marked me, chosen me for reasons I could not yet fathom. My journey into the unknown had only just begun, and I sensed that what lay ahead would be both terrifying and wondrous, a voyage into the depths of history and the human soul. This realization, that my encounter with the graveyard was but the first step on a longer, more intricate journey, weighed heavily on my mind. Each day that passed seemed to deepen the connection, drawing me closer to the unseen world that lay just beyond the veil of our understanding. It was as though the forest, and the secrets it harbored, had imprinted themselves upon me, leaving an indelible mark that guided my thoughts and dreams. The more I contemplated my return to that ancient place of rest, the more I understood that my initial visit had been no accident. It felt predestined, a moment crafted by the hands of fate to lead me down a path few had trodden. I found myself poring over old maps and texts, trying to piece together the history of the land, the origins of the graveyard, and the tales of those who rested there. Each snippet of information, each whispered legend, felt like a piece of a puzzle, slowly forming a picture of a place caught between worlds, a nexus of spiritual energy. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, my dreams became more vivid, filled with images of mist-shrouded headstones and shadowy figures moving between the trees. I heard whispers in my sleep, voices carried on the wind, calling me back to the graveyard, urging me to uncover the truths buried beneath the soil. These nocturnal visitations, unsettling as they were, only served to strengthen my resolve. I needed to return, to confront whatever awaited me among the weathered stones and silent tombs. The anticipation of my return visit was tinged with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. Fear, for I knew that delving further into the mysteries of the graveyard might reveal truths I was not prepared to face. Exhilaration, for the prospect of unraveling a mystery that had ensnared my soul filled me with a sense of purpose I had never before experienced. It was a calling, deep and resonant, that transcended the mundane concerns of my daily life. In preparation, I gathered old journals and records, anything that might offer insight into the rituals and beliefs of those who had consecrated the ground with their presence. I sought to arm myself with knowledge, for I sensed that what lay ahead was a test, a challenge laid down by the ages. The graveyard, with its ancient stones and newly turned earth, was more than a place of burial. It was a gateway, a point of convergence for forces beyond the realm of the living. Story 18. The fog rolled in thick and heavy, obscuring my vision as I made my way through the eerie silence of the swamp. Every sound echoed like a scream in the darkness, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted by something far more sinister than mere wildlife. The dense canopy above and the murky waters below converged into a world devoid of color, a landscape painted in shades of gray and shadow. The air was thick with moisture, clinging to my skin, making every breath feel like a struggle against the oppressive atmosphere of the swamp. As I trudged forward, the muck sucking at my boots with each step, the sense of foreboding grew. It was as if the swamp itself was alive, aware of my presence, and not at all pleased by it. The faint light from my lantern did little to penetrate the fog, its beams swallowed up by the dense mist that surrounded me. Sounds seemed to come from all directions, distant splashes, the rustle of leaves, the soft, unnerving croak of a frog. Each noise made me pause, heart racing, straining my ears for any sign of movement in the gloom. Then, amidst the natural chorus of the swamp, a new sound emerged. A low, guttural growl that seemed to reverberate through the very ground beneath my feet. It was a sound that spoke of hunger, of predation, of a primal savagery that had no place in the modern world. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to flee, but the fog was so thick, so disorienting, that I couldn't tell which way was safe. I could feel it then, the presence of something lurking just beyond the reach of my lantern, watching me with unseen eyes. The growl came again, closer this time, a clear warning that I was not welcome here. Panic set in, a cold, icy dread that filled my chest and made it hard to think. I knew I had to move, to find a way out of this nightmare, but fear rooted me to the spot. It was then that I saw it, a fleeting shadow moving through the fog, large and indistinct, its form blurred by the mist but unmistakably predatory. My breath caught in my throat, and in a moment of desperation, I turned and ran, blindly stumbling through the darkness, driven by a primal urge to escape. The growls followed me, a constant reminder of the danger that lurked just out of sight. Branches tore at my clothes, thorns scratched my skin, but I didn't slow down, didn't dare to look back. I don't know how long I ran, time losing all meaning in my flight, but eventually the fog began to thin, the oppressive atmosphere of the swamp giving way to the clearer air of the forest's edge. I emerged from the swamp gasping for breath, my body trembling with exertion and fear. Behind me, the fog lay like a barrier, concealing the horrors of the swamp from view. I knew then that I had been fortunate to escape, that whatever resided within that fog was not meant to be disturbed by the likes of me. The experience haunted me, a vivid reminder of the ancient and untamed forces that still dwell in the dark corners of the world. I had ventured into the heart of the swamp seeking adventure, seeking the thrill of the unknown, but I had found something far more profound, a fear that was visceral and all too real. The memory of that night, of the fog and the creature that hunted me, would stay with me, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk in the places humanity has not tamed. Story 19. They say that if you listen closely on a quiet night, you can hear the screams of the lost souls who wander the desolate moors searching for redemption. I never believed it until I found myself alone in the darkness, surrounded by their mournful cries. The moors stretched out before me, an endless expanse of heather and mist, under a moon that hung low and heavy in the sky, casting a pale, eerie light over the land. It was a place out of time, untouched by the march of progress, where the veil between the living and the dead seemed thinner, more fragile. As I walked, the silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my footsteps on the soft earth and the distant howl of the wind. It was a silence that weighed heavily, suffocating in its intensity, until it was shattered by the first cry, a distant, anguished wail that rose and fell with the wind. My heart skipped a beat, and I stopped in my tracks, straining my ears against the stillness, convinced I had imagined it. But then it came again, closer this time, a raw, heart-rending sob that echoed across the moors. The cries multiplied, surrounding me, the voices of men, women, and children, each one laden with sorrow and regret. They spoke of lives cut short, of dreams unfulfilled, of love lost and redemption sought. I could feel their pain, their despair, as tangible as the mist that wrapped around me, chilling my skin. Frozen by fear and fascination, I stood there, listening to the chorus of the damned, unable to move, unable to look away. It was as if the moors themselves had come alive, giving voice to the countless souls who had perished within their grasp, swallowed by the bog or lost to the elements, their bodies never claimed, their stories never told. The realization that I was standing on a mass grave, a liminal space where the boundaries of life and death intersected, filled me with a dread unlike any I had ever known. I wanted to run, to escape the voices and the haunting knowledge they imparted, but my feet were rooted to the ground, as if the moors themselves were holding me in place, demanding that I bear witness to the suffering they concealed. As the night wore on, the cries began to fade, receding into the mist until once again, there was only silence. But it was a silence changed, heavy with the memory of the voices that had shattered it. Shaken to my core, I made my way back, leaving the desolate expanse of the moors behind, but carrying with me the echo of the lost souls who wandered its breadth. I had always considered myself a skeptic, a person of reason, but that night on the moors changed me. I had heard the unquiet dead, had felt their sorrow and their longing for peace. It was a lesson in humility, a reminder of the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding, hidden in the heart of the darkness. From then on, I could never again dismiss the stories and legends of my ancestors as mere superstition. For I had walked among the lost souls of the moors, and their cries would haunt me for the rest of my days. Story 20. The abandoned asylum loomed in the distance like a twisted monument to madness. Its imposing structure, now ravaged by time and neglect, stood as a dark sentinel over the forgotten edge of town. As I approached, the air grew colder, the silence more profound, as if the very atmosphere around the asylum was charged with the remnants of despair and lunacy that once permeated its walls. I had heard the stories, tales whispered in hushed tones about the horrors that unfolded within those walls, experiments that pushed the boundaries of science and humanity, patients subjected to treatments that were little more than torture, and the mysterious doctor whose brilliance teetered on the edge of insanity. Yet nothing could have prepared me for the oppressive aura of dread that enveloped me as I ventured deeper into its decaying halls, my steps echoing with the ghostly whispers of the past. The asylum's interior was a labyrinth of corridors and rooms, each one telling a story of anguish and torment. The paint peeled from the walls in great strips, the once sterile floors were coated in dust and debris, and the air was thick with the musty smell of decay. It was as if the building itself was decaying, mirroring the fate of those who had once resided within. As I delved deeper into the asylum, I could not shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows seemed to move just at the edge of my vision, disappearing when I turned to look, and the faint sound of footsteps followed me, always a few paces behind. It was as if the asylum was alive, its inhabitants unseen but ever present, their souls trapped within these walls, bound by the horrors they had endured. In the depths of the asylum, I found the remnants of the doctor's office, a room that felt markedly different from the rest. Here, the air was heavy, imbued with a sense of foreboding that made my skin crawl. The office was surprisingly intact, with books and papers strewn across the desk, a coat hanging on the back of the chair, and jars of strange substances lining the shelves. It was as if the doctor had merely stepped out, intending to return at any moment. Among the papers, I found the doctor's journal, its pages filled with meticulous notes about his patients and experiments. As I read, a picture began to form of a man consumed by his quest for knowledge, for understanding the human mind, regardless of the cost. His experiments, detailed in cold, clinical language, spoke of a descent into madness, a blurring of the lines between doctor and patient, between healer and tormentor. The further I read, the more I felt the presence of the doctor in the room, a palpable sense of anger and defiance. It was as if his spirit lingered, bound to his life's work, unwilling or unable to move on. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices that filled my head, their words unintelligible. I tried to focus to continue reading, but the voices overwhelmed me, their anguish and rage merging into a single, deafening scream. In that moment, the asylum seemed to come alive, the walls themselves vibrating with the force of the voices. The jars on the shelves rattled, the papers fluttered to the floor, and the coat swayed as if caught in an unseen breeze. I felt an icy hand upon my shoulder, its grip tight with desperation, and I knew I was not alone. Panicked, I fled the office, the voices following me, echoing through the empty corridors. I ran without direction, the labyrinthine asylum confounding my efforts to escape. The darkness seemed to close in around me, the shadows coalescing into forms that were almost human, their eyes shining with malice. Just when I thought I could go no further, I emerged into the asylum's central courtyard, a forgotten garden that now lay in ruins. The moon, full and bright, cast a silvery light over the scene, illuminating the cracked stone paths and the overgrown vegetation. And there, in the center of the courtyard, stood a statue of the doctor, its features twisted into a grotesque mockery of his once celebrated visage. As I approached, the air grew colder, the whispers quieted, and I felt the weight of countless eyes upon me. The statue seemed to watch me, its stone eyes gleaming in the moonlight, and I knew that I was standing at the heart of the asylum's darkness, the epicenter of its. The voices returned then, not as whispers but as clear, distinct words, each one a plea for release, for peace. They spoke of their suffering, of the injustices they had endured, and of their longing for redemption. I realized then that my presence in the asylum was no accident. I had been drawn here, summoned by the souls of the past to bear witness to their stories, to bring their plight into the light. Empowered by this realization, I spoke to the spirits, my voice firm and clear. I acknowledged their pain, their suffering, and I offered them solace, promising to share their stories with the world, to ensure that their suffering would not be forgotten. As I spoke, the air around me warmed, the oppressive aura of dread lifted, and the whispers grew soft, expressing gratitude and relief. I left the asylum as dawn broke, the first light of the sun piercing the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The experience had changed me, leaving me with a profound sense of responsibility to those who had suffered within those walls. I knew that their stories, their voices would stay with me, guiding me as I sought to honor their memory. The abandoned asylum, with its twisted history and its legion of lost souls, would forever remain a symbol of the depths to which humanity can descend in the pursuit of knowledge, of power. But it would also stand as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the enduring quest for justice and redemption. And I, once a mere observer, had become a part of its legacy, a keeper of its secrets, a voice for the voiceless. Story 21. There's a bridge on the outskirts of town where they say the spirits of the damned linger, waiting to drag unsuspecting travelers down into the depths below. It was a legend that had fascinated and terrified me since childhood, a tale whispered around campfires and during late-night sleepovers. As I grew older, my skepticism pushed the fear aside, replacing it with a burning curiosity. I had to see for myself, to challenge the myth, and perhaps to prove it wrong. So I dared to cross it one fateful night, a decision that would forever alter my understanding of the world. The bridge, an ancient structure of stone and wood, arched over a dark chasm, its depths hidden by the shadows of the night. The air was thick with fog, a damp mist that seemed to rise from the chasm itself, enveloping the bridge in an otherworldly gloom. As I stepped onto the bridge, a chill wind swept through the valley, carrying with it the faintest echoes of voices, the wails of those who had supposedly met their end in the darkness below. With each step, the wind grew stronger, the voices louder, until they were all around me, a cacophony of despair that filled the night air. I could hear them pleading, begging for release, for salvation from their eternal torment. The fog thickened, obscuring my vision until I could see nothing but the faint outline of the bridge beneath my feet. I felt isolated, cut off from the world of the living, adrift in a realm of spirits and shadow. It was then that I saw them figures in the mist, vague and insubstantial, but undeniably human. They moved along the edges of the bridge, their movements slow and deliberate, as if searching for something, or someone. My heart raced, panic rising in my chest as I realized that I was not alone, that the legends might be more than just stories. I quickened my pace, desperate to reach the other side, to escape the growing sense of dread that threatened to overwhelm me. But the figures seemed to sense my fear, drawing closer with each passing moment. I could see them now, their faces twisted in anguish, their eyes hollow pits of despair. They reached out to me, their hands grasping, fingers inches from my skin. I ran, driven by primal fear, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I neared the end of the bridge. And then, suddenly the fog lifted, the wind died, and the voices fell silent. I stumbled off the bridge, collapsing onto the solid ground on the other side, my body trembling, my mind reeling from the encounter. I looked back, half expecting to see the figures pursuing me, but the bridge was empty, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, its secrets hidden once more in the shadows. The silence was complete, a stark contrast to the chaos of moments before. I sat there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had happened, to understand how the line between legend and reality had become so blurred. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to the bridge, compelled by a need to understand, to confront the fears that had taken root in my heart. Each visit brought me closer to the spirits, their stories unfolding in the whispers carried by the wind. They spoke of lives cut short by tragedy, of sorrow and regret, of a desire for peace that had eluded them in death. I realized then that the bridge was more than just a structure, it was a boundary a thin line between the worlds of the living and the dead. The spirits that lingered there were not malevolent, they were lost, trapped in a cycle of pain and despair, unable to move on. Armed with this knowledge, I sought to help them, to offer them the solace they so desperately sought. I began to research the history of the bridge and the valley below, uncovering stories of accidents and suicides, each one a thread in the tapestry of the bridge's dark legacy. I shared their stories, acknowledging their pain and offering prayers for their release. With each act of remembrance, the atmosphere around the bridge began to change. The oppressive aura of dread lifted, replaced by a sense of calm, a feeling of peace that had long been absent. The spirits, once so palpable in their anguish, began to fade, their forms dissolving into the night air until they were gone, released from their earthly bonds. I crossed the bridge for the last time on a clear night, the stars shining brightly above, the chasm below no longer a place of fear, but of rest. The voices were silent, the figures gone, their presence a memory that lingered in the air like the remnants of a dream. The bridge, once a twisted monument to madness and despair, had become a bridge of souls, a pathway to peace for those who had been lost. And I, once a skeptic, had become a believer, a witness to the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of our understanding. In crossing the bridge, I had found more than just spirits and shadows. I had discovered a deeper truth about the world and myself. The legends of the bridge on the outskirts of town would continue, but now they would tell a new story, a tale of redemption and hope that I had helped to write. As the seasons changed, the bridge became a place of pilgrimage for those touched by the supernatural, those seeking answers or solace from their own encounters with the unknown. Word of my experiences spread, and I found myself a custodian of sorts, a keeper of stories and guide to the curious and the bereaved. Each visitor brought their own tale, their own search for understanding, and together we wove a rich tapestry of human experience, bound by the common thread of our quest to pierce the veil between worlds. But as the bridge's legacy grew, so too did my understanding of the delicate balance between the living and the dead. I learned that not all spirits sought release. Some were guardians of memory, watchers over the threshold who chose to remain, bound by duty or love to the world they had left behind. These spirits, I came to realize, were not to be feared but respected, their presence a reminder of the depth of human connection that transcends death. The bridge, with its ancient stones and silent watch, stood as a monument to these connections, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. It was here, amidst the whispers of the past and the tranquil beauty of the night, that I found my purpose. I began to document the stories, to collect the histories of the bridge and those who had crossed its span, both living and spectral. This endeavor, born of a single night's terror, became my life's work, a contribution to the understanding of the supernatural and its place in the human experience. Years passed, and the bridge transformed in the eyes of the community from a place of fear to one of reflection and remembrance. We held vigils for the lost, ceremonies that blended the traditions of many cultures, honoring the spirits and their stories. These gatherings, once somber affairs, became celebrations of life and continuity, a recognition of the cycle of existence that binds us all. And yet, despite the peace that had settled over the bridge and its surroundings, I could not shake the sense of something unfinished, a chapter yet to be written in the story of this place. It was a feeling that drew me back to the bridge night after night, a pull as strong and mysterious as the one that had led me there for the first time. Then, on an evening shrouded in mist, much like the night of my first crossing, I understood. The bridge was not just a boundary between the living and the dead, it was a crossing point for souls on their journey through the afterlife, a beacon guiding them towards their final rest. My role, it seemed, was not only to bear witness to their stories, but to aid in their passage, to offer light in the darkness that surrounded them. Armed with this new understanding, I dedicated myself to this sacred task. The vigils and ceremonies took on a deeper significance, becoming rituals of passage that helped guide the spirits towards peace. And as each soul found its way, the energy around the bridge shifted, becoming lighter, infused with a sense of hope and renewal. The bridge on the outskirts of town, once feared and avoided, had become a symbol of unity and compassion, a place where the veil between worlds was lifted and the journey of the soul was honored. I, who had once dared to cross it in search of answers, had become its guardian, a bridge keeper, not just of stone and wood, but of the threshold between life and death. Story 22. The derelict mansion on the hill, a once grand testament to architectural beauty, now stands as a crumbling relic of a bygone era. Its silhouette against the setting sun evokes an eerie sense of nostalgia and dread intertwined. Legends whisper of its grand parties, its vibrant life, now replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the whispers of the past. It's said that within its walls, restless spirits roam, bound to the mansion by tragedy and unfinished business. As I dared to venture closer, driven by a mix of fear and fascination, I could feel the weight of their gazes, their unseen eyes boring into me, their cold breath sending shivers down my spine. With each step towards the mansion, the air grew colder, the atmosphere heavier, as if the very essence of despair had soaked into the soil. The once lush gardens were now overgrown, wild and untamed, as nature reclaimed what mankind had abandoned. The mansion's facade, marred by time and neglect, held the scars of its tumultuous history, windows broken, doors unhinged, a testament to the lives that had once thrived and ultimately perished within. As I crossed the threshold, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over me. It was as though the mansion itself was grieving, mourning the loss of its former glory, and the tragedy of those it had outlived. The grand entrance, which once welcomed guests with warmth and opulence, now felt cold and foreboding, a gateway to the unknown. The air was thick with dust, each particle a fragment of the mansion's storied past, floating in the stagnant air like ghosts themselves. Venturing deeper, the mansion's interior unfolded like a maze, each room telling a story of decay and neglect. The once elegant ballroom, where laughter and music had once filled the air, was now silent, its grandeur faded. The chandeliers, deprived of their light, hung like specters from the ceiling, their crystals dulled by years of disuse. It was here, in the heart of the mansion, that I felt their presence most acutely, the spirits of those who had once called this place home. Their whispers filled the room, a cacophony of voices from the past, each one desperate to be heard, to share their tale of sorrow, love, and betrayal. These were not mere echoes of the dead, they were the manifestations of souls unwilling or unable to move on. I realized then that the mansion was not just a house, it was a prison for the spirits trapped within its walls, each room a cell, each artifact a chain. As I continued my exploration, drawn by a force I could not explain, I stumbled upon a portrait, its frame coated in a thick layer of dust. Wiping away the grime, I revealed the image of a family, their faces painted with a false permanence of happiness. It was their eyes that haunted me, filled with a sadness that belied the smiles on their lips. They were the former inhabitants of the mansion, their lives cut short by tragedy, their spirits now part of the fabric of the house. The sun had set by the time I made my way to the upper floors, the darkness of the night mirroring the gloom within. It was here, in the solitude of the mansion's forgotten chambers, that I encountered her, the spirit of a young woman, her ethereal form glowing faintly in the moonlight. Her eyes met mine, and in that moment I felt an overwhelming sense of empathy and connection. She was the heart of the mansion, the key to the spirit's unrest. She whispered her story to me, a tale of love lost and promises broken, a life ended too soon. Her tale was but one of many, each spirit within the mansion holding a piece of the puzzle, a thread in the tapestry of its haunted history. It was their stories that bound them to this place, their need for closure, for peace, that kept them tethered to the mortal world. I left the mansion as dawn broke, the first light of the day casting long shadows across the hill. The experience had changed me, leaving me with a profound sense of sadness and determination. I knew that I could not simply walk away, that I had a role to play in their story. Armed with their tales, I set out to uncover the truth of the mansion's history, to bring their stories to light, and to help them find the peace they so desperately sought. The derelict mansion on the hill, with its restless spirits and whispered secrets, became more than just a place of fear and curiosity. It became a mission, a quest to right the wrongs of the past, to bring closure to those who had been silenced. And as I delved deeper into its mysteries, I realized that in seeking to free the spirits of the mansion, I was also uncovering a part of myself, learning lessons of love, loss, and redemption that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Story 23. Deep in the heart of the forest, where the canopy weaves a thick tapestry of shadow and light, there lies a clearing untouched by the sun. This place, shrouded in perpetual dusk, holds a secret that chills the bones of even the most intrepid explorers. It is said to be the domain of the Wendigo, a creature born from darkness and insatiable hunger, a being that feasts not on flesh, but on the souls of the unwary, drawing strength from the taste of human fear. As I ventured closer, drawn by a mix of dread and an irresistible curiosity, I could feel the weight of its gaze upon me, a presence as tangible as the forest air, hungering for the essence of my being. The clearing itself was a void in the fabric of the forest, a place where life seemed to retract, as if in fear of what resided within. The trees that bordered this unhallowed ground were twisted, their branches reaching away from the center, leaves turned ashen, as though blighted by the mere proximity to such malevolence. The air was colder here, a chill that seeped into the marrow, and every instinct screamed to flee, to escape the unseen predator that lurked in the shadows. But it was too late. The Wendigo, a creature of myth and nightmare, had already marked me as its own. Legends spoke of it as a spirit of the forest, a corrupted manifestation of hunger and desperation, but nothing had prepared me for the reality. It was as if the very air around me had become charged with anticipation, the forest holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable chase to begin. The first sign of its approach was a whisper in the leaves, a sound that was not a sound, a silence so profound it drowned out the natural cacophony of the woods. Then, a shift in the shadows, a form that was both there and not, a flicker of movement at the edge of vision. The Wendigo was cunning, toying with its prey, savoring the build-up of terror before the final strike. I realized then that it was not just my life it craved, but the essence of my fear, the sweet nectar of human dread. The Wendigo fed on this fear, drawing power from the despair of its victims. To succumb to panic was to offer it the feast it desired. My only hope lay in an inner calm, a state of serenity that could starve the creature, deny it the sustenance it sought. Gathering every shred of courage, I focused on the beauty of the forest, the strength of the trees, and the resilience of life that thrived even in the most inhospitable places. I thought of love, of hope, of every moment of joy I had ever experienced, filling my heart with light to counter the darkness that sought to consume me. It was a battle of wills, fought in the silence of the mind, a struggle between the light within and the shadow without. As my fear waned, the presence of the Wendigo grew less oppressive, its power diminished by my refusal to succumb to terror. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the ordeal was over. The clearing felt lighter, the air warmer, as if the creature had retreated, banished by the strength of my resolve. I left the forest that day changed, carrying with me the knowledge that within us all lies the power to confront our darkest fears, to face the shadows not with dread, but with the light of our inner spirit. The Wendigo, a creature of darkness, had sought to devour my soul, but in the end, it was the strength of the human heart that prevailed. The clearing in the heart of the forest remains, a place of whispered warnings and tales of caution. But for me, it stands as a testament to the enduring power of hope and courage, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, the human spirit can shine brightly, a beacon of light in the deepest shadow. Emerging from the forest, the experience with the Wendigo imprinted deeply within me. I couldn't help but feel a profound sense of transformation. The encounter, far from being a mere brush with folklore, had evolved into a pivotal moment of self-discovery. The Wendigo, in its pursuit, had inadvertently revealed to me the depth of resilience and power that lay dormant within, waiting for the moment of ultimate adversity to manifest. This revelation brought with it a newfound respect for the legends and lore that had been passed down through generations. These stories, I realized, were not just cautionary tales designed to instill fear, but were profound teachings about the human condition, about our capacity to face the darkness, both around us and within, and emerge stronger. The knowledge that entities such as the Wendigo could exist, feeding on the negative aspects of human experience, underscored the importance of guarding one's spirit against despair and malice. It highlighted a universal truth that the real battle is often not against external horrors, but against the shadows that dwell in the recesses of our own minds. As I shared my tale with others, I found that it resonated deeply, serving not only as a testament to personal endurance, but also as a beacon of hope for those wrestling with their own demons. The story of the Wendigo and the clearing became more than a personal anecdote. It transformed into a communal symbol of the triumph of light over darkness, of courage over fear. Story 24. The children's laughter echoing through the abandoned schoolyard sounded innocent enough at first, a reminiscence of days filled with joy and carefree play. Yet, as it carried through the empty halls, a chilling transformation occurred. The sound twisted, morphing into something unsettling, as if imbued with a spectral quality. It was no longer the laughter of children at play, but an eerie siren call, echoing from the depths of a place forgotten by time yet alive with memories. This sound, this ghostly laughter, seemed to weave through the decrepit classrooms and shattered windows like a living thing, a manifestation of the spirits of the past playing games with the living, luring me further into their twisted realm. As I ventured deeper into the abandoned school, each step felt heavy, charged with the weight of unspoken stories. The once vibrant walls, now peeling and stained, whispered secrets of days long gone, of laughter silenced too soon. The air was thick with the essence of decay, yet underneath lay a palpable tension, as if the building itself held its breath, watching my every move. The laughter grew louder, more insistent, leading me down dimly lit corridors, past lockers rusted shut, and classrooms frozen in time. The further I went, the more I felt enveloped by an invisible presence, a sense of being surrounded by unseen eyes that watched from the shadows, their gaze heavy with longing and sorrow. It was as if the very soul of the school stirred, awakened by my intrusion, eager to share its tale of abandonment and decay. I found myself drawn to the heart of the school, an old auditorium that stood as a hollowed-out shell of its former self. Here, the laughter reached a crescendo, echoing off the walls in a cacophony of echoes that seemed to penetrate to the very core of my being. The stage, lit by shafts of moonlight that pierced through broken windows, became a focal point for the spectral energy that pervaded the school. It was here, in this spotlight of natural illumination, that the source of the laughter revealed itself. Shadows danced across the stage, formless at first but gradually taking shape into figures of children, their outlines blurred but unmistakably playful. They moved with a grace that belied their ethereal nature, their laughter now clear and hauntingly beautiful. These were the spirits of the past, the remnants of lives cut short, bound to this place by tragedy or by the sheer weight of their collective memories. As I stood there, transfixed by the sight, a profound sadness washed over me, tempered by an undercurrent of peace. These spirits, these echoes of laughter, were not malevolent. They sought not to harm, but to be remembered, to share the joy that once permeated this place before silence claimed it. I realized then that my journey into the abandoned school was not merely a foray into a forgotten place, but a passage through time, a connection to the countless stories embedded in its walls. The laughter of the children, the spirits of the past, served as a reminder that even in abandonment and decay, beauty and innocence can be found, lingering in the echoes of what once was. As I left the schoolyard, the laughter faded, retreating back into the silence that once again claimed the empty halls. But the memory of that night remained, a haunting melody of lost innocence and eternal hope. The abandoned school, with its spectral children and their echoing laughter, stood as a monument to the resilience of memory, a testament to the indelible mark that moments of joy leave upon the tapestry of time. This encounter, deeply etched into my consciousness, transformed my perception of places left behind, not as mere relics of the past, but as vessels carrying the essence of lives once lived. The laughter of the children, those spectral echoes in the abandoned schoolyard, became a symbol of the enduring human spirit, transcending the confines of time and physical decay. It was a poignant reminder that within the walls of such forgotten spaces, history breathes, whispering tales of joy, sorrow, and longing. In the days that followed, the experience lingered with me, a haunting yet beautiful reverie that colored my thoughts. I found myself drawn back to the schoolyard, compelled by a desire to connect further with its hidden stories. With each visit, the boundary between the past and present seemed to blur, as if my presence stirred the dormant energies of the place, bridging worlds in moments of ghostly laughter and fleeting shadows. I began to document my experiences, capturing not just the physical decay but the emotional resonance of the school. Through photographs, recordings, and written reflections, I sought to convey the profound sense of connection I felt, to share with others the beauty and melancholy of this spectral playground. The abandoned school, with its echoing laughter and shadowy figures, taught me to see beyond the surface, to appreciate the layers of history and emotion that imbue such places with a mysterious life of their own. It became a place of pilgrimage, a sanctuary where the past was kept alive by the memories and spirits that refused to be forgotten. In bearing witness to these remnants of another time, I became a custodian of their legacy, a bridge between the echoes of yesterday and the hearts of those who, like me, seek to understand the whispers of the past. Story 25. As I wandered through the desolate town, the silence was palpable, a stark contrast to the bustling life that must have once filled these streets. Buildings, now mere husks of their former selves, lined the road, their windows like hollow eyes watching. The air was thick with a sense of abandonment, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows stretched across the ground, turning the familiar into the foreboding. Despite the emptiness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone, that from every shadowy corner and darkened doorway, something or someone was watching me. This town, once a vibrant community, had become something else entirely, a place whispered about in the surrounding areas, a cautionary tale of a community that vanished overnight. Theories abounded: economic decline, a natural disaster, a disease outbreak. Yet none of these explanations accounted for the eerie atmosphere, the way the town seemed to swallow sound, the unnerving sense of being observed. As I ventured further, the feeling of surveillance grew stronger. Street lights, long since dead, stood sentinel over the empty roads, their unlit bulbs adding to the town's oppressive atmosphere. The wind whispered through the alleys, carrying voices that seemed almost human, calling out in hushed tones that were impossible to ignore. It was as if the very streets themselves were alive, imbued with a malevolent presence that thrived in the absence of light and life. Drawn inexplicably towards the town's center, I found myself in what must have been the main square. Here, the shadows deepened, converging around a dilapidated fountain, its once beautiful sculptures now eroded by time and neglect. The water had long ceased to flow, replaced by an accumulation of leaves and debris, yet the air around it felt charged, as if this place held a significance beyond its appearance. It was here, in the heart of the square, that I first saw them, the Watchers. Figures that moved in the periphery of my vision, disappearing when looked at directly, but undeniably there. Their presence filled the air with a palpable tension, a pressure that seemed to push down with an almost physical weight. The Watchers were part of the town, its guardians or perhaps its captors, entities that observed from the darkness, their intentions unreadable. The sun had fully set now, leaving me enveloped in the night. The building seemed to lean in closer, as if converging upon the square, trapping me with the Watchers in an unspoken standoff. I realized then that the town was not simply abandoned, it was a prison, its inhabitants bound to this place by some unknown force, reduced to shadows and whispers. My heart raced as the reality of my situation set in. I was an intruder here, a living soul in a town that had rejected life, and the Watchers were closing in. The air grew colder, a fog began to rise from the ground, obscuring my vision, and with it came the sounds of footsteps, many footsteps, moving in a slow, deliberate approach. Panic set in, a primal urge to flee, to escape this place and the fate it harbored for me. But as I turned to run, I found my path blocked by a new figure, one that stood solid in the moonlight, its form clear and undeniable. It was a man, or the likeness of one, his features blurred, but his gaze piercing, a deep well of sorrow and rage. He was the source, the center of the town's pain, its anger, and its watchful guardians. He spoke then, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a mournful dirge that told the town's true tale. It was a story of betrayal, of a community torn apart by greed, a sacred trust broken, leading to a curse that bound them to this place. The Watchers were the townsfolk, forever watching the empty streets, forever reliving their final days. The realization of their suffering, of the endless cycle of watchfulness and despair, filled me with a profound sadness. I understood then that my presence had awakened them, stirred them from their vigil, a flicker of hope in an eternity of darkness. The figure before me, the embodiment of the town's collective sorrow, reached out, a gesture of plea or perhaps of warning. In that moment, I knew what I had to do. I could not leave this place, not without attempting to break the cycle, to offer release to the Watchers and peace to the town. My journey through the desolate town transformed then, from an exploration of ruins to a quest for redemption. I sought out the places of pain, the focal points of the curse, guided by the whispers of the Watchers, their stories becoming my burden to bear. Each step took me deeper into the heart of the darkness, to confront the town's tragic past and the specters that guarded it. The night wore on, a timeless struggle that tested the limits of my courage and my compassion. With each revelation, each acknowledgement of the town's suffering, the oppressive atmosphere began to lift, the shadows receding, the pressure easing. The Watchers, their forms becoming less defined, seemed to watch with a less malevolent intent, their curiosity piqued by the possibility of release. As dawn approached, a light began to break through the darkness, not the light of the sun, but a softer, ethereal glow that emanated from the town itself. It was as if the town was breathing a sigh of relief, a collective release of pent-up emotion. The square, once the epicenter of oppression, now felt calmer, the fountain's dry basin filled with the glow, a beacon of hope in the heart of the darkness. The figure, the man who had revealed the town's story, stood once more before me, his form clearer now in the light. He nodded, a gesture of gratitude and farewell, before fading into the morning mist, his departure marked by the final dissipation of the fog and the retreat of the watchers into the light. As the sun finally rose, casting its rays upon the town, the transformation was complete. The oppressive aura was gone, replaced by a sense of peace, of closure. The town, though still abandoned in body, was now free in spirit, its guardians released from their eternal watch, their stories acknowledged, their pain eased. Story 30. In the heart of the town, where the cobblestone streets converge like veins to a heart, stands an ancient well, a relic of a bygone era now shrouded in legend and fear. The townsfolk speak of it in hushed tones, casting wary glances its way, their stories painting a picture of a curse as old as the town itself. They say that the well's depths house the tormented souls of those who dared to drink from its tainted waters, their spirits forever bound to its dark embrace. Driven by a mixture of fascination and an insatiable hunger for the truth hidden beneath layers of myth, I found myself standing at its edge, peering into the abyss, wondering what horrors lay waiting in the shadows. The well, constructed from ancient stone worn smooth by the passage of time, bore no markings, its origins lost to history. Its presence seemed incongruous against the backdrop of the modern town, a dark spot on the otherwise vibrant landscape. As I approached, the air grew colder, a palpable chill that seemed to emanate from the well itself, as if it breathed a frigid breath. The townsfolk's warnings echoed in my mind, tales of disappearances, of people drawn to the well by an unseen force, never to be seen again. Despite the warnings, my curiosity was piqued. The well, for all its foreboding aura, held an allure that was undeniable. It was as if it called to me, whispering promises of secrets unveiled, of stories untold. I could not resist its siren call. Gathering my courage, I resolved to uncover the truth of the well, to peel back the veil of darkness and shine a light into its depths. The investigation began with the town's archives, dusty tomes and ancient records that spoke of the well's construction, a time when the town was but a fledgling community on the edge of the wilderness. The well had been a source of life, providing water to the settlers, a beacon of hope in a harsh land. But as the years passed, a shadow fell over the well. Stories emerged of a curse, of a darkness that tainted the water, turning it from a source of life to a harbinger of death. Legend had it that a traveler, a man of dark intentions, had come to the town, seeking refuge from a storm. He was welcomed by the townsfolk, offered shelter and sustenance. But the man, they say, was a practitioner of the dark arts, a sorcerer who sought to bend the forces of nature to his will. In an act of vengeance against the town that he believed had wronged him, he cursed the well, condemning the souls of those who drank from its waters to an eternity of torment. Armed with this knowledge, I turned my attention to the well itself. The descent would not be easy. The well had been sealed off, its mouth covered by a heavy iron grate, a barrier erected by the townsfolk in a bid to contain the curse. But where there is a will, there is a way. Under the cover of night, I made my way to the well, tools in hand, determined to breach its defenses and unlock its secrets. The grate gave way after much effort, revealing the gaping maw of the well, a portal to the unknown. I rigged a harness, my only lifeline in the descent into darkness. The climb down was treacherous, the walls of the well slick with moisture, the air growing colder, thicker, as I descended. The light from above faded quickly, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. And then, silence. A silence so profound, it felt like a physical force, pressing in on me from all sides. I had reached the bottom, a small, water-filled chamber that held the remnants of the well's once pure waters. But there was something else, a presence that I could feel in the very marrow of my bones, the tormented souls of the legend, their whispers filling the chamber, a cacophony of despair and longing. They spoke of their lives, of the moments leading up to their fateful drink, of the agony that followed. Their stories were a tapestry of human experience, woven together by the thread of the curse that bound them to this place. And at the heart of their tales was the sorcerer, his laughter echoing in the darkness, a reminder of the origin of their suffering. I listened, my heart heavy with the weight of their sorrow. I had come seeking horrors, but instead I found victims' souls crying out for release from their eternal prison. The well, for all its darkness, was a tomb, a final resting place for those who had been ensnared by its curse. As I made my way back to the surface, the voices of the damned followed me, their stories etched into my soul. The well, and the curse it harbored, was a reminder of the darkness that lurks in the heart of man, of the consequences of actions driven by malice and revenge. But it was also a testament to the enduring spirit of the human soul, its capacity for hope and redemption even in the face of unimaginable torment. I emerged from the well a changed person, my quest for knowledge replaced by a quest for justice. The stories of the well's victims would not be forgotten, their voices silenced. I would be their advocate, their champion, seeking to break the curse that bound them, to bring peace to their restless spirits. The well, with its secrets unveiled, stood as a monument to the complexity of the human condition, a nexus of light and darkness, of life and death. It was a reminder that the abyss is not just a place of horror, but a mirror, reflecting the depths of our own souls, challenging us to confront the darkness within and emerge into the light. Story 31. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dilapidated entrance to the old mine. It was a place forgotten by time, a relic of an era long past, but the tales of its depths had always fascinated me. Local legends spoke of riches left behind, of miners trapped by sudden collapses, their spirits forever bound to the tunnels they once toiled in. Despite the warnings, or perhaps because of them, I found myself drawn to the mine, eager to uncover its secrets. As I crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped, a chill seeping into my bones. The transition from daylight to the oppressive darkness of the mine was disorienting. I flicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom, revealing the skeletal remains of support beams and abandoned equipment. The air was thick with dust, each breath a reminder of the countless stories buried beneath the earth. With each step, the silence grew heavier, a tangible presence that seemed to absorb the sound of my movements. The only exceptions were the occasional drips of water, the sound magnified in the stillness, and the distant, eerie echoes that seemed almost human. I tried to convince myself they were just the settling noises of the mine, but a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. I followed the main shaft, the map I had studied beforehand etched in my memory. The tunnels branched off in all directions, a maze designed to confuse the unwary. I marked my path with chalk, a breadcrumb trail to guide my return. The deeper I ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as if the very earth was trying to swallow me whole. Suddenly, a faint whisper broke the silence, so soft I thought I had imagined it. I paused, straining my ears, and it came again, a plea for help, barely audible over the sound of my own heartbeat. The voice seemed to emanate from one of the side tunnels. Against my better judgment, I followed it, the sound growing clearer with each step. The tunnel narrowed, forcing me to stoop as I moved forward. The air grew colder, and my breath formed clouds in the beam of my flashlight. The whispers became voices, a cacophony of despair that filled the tunnel, their words unintelligible. I felt a pull, an inexplicable urge to continue, as if the mine itself was calling to me. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness. In the center, a gaping pit yawned, its depths hidden from view. The voices fell silent, replaced by a feeling of intense sorrow that washed over me. It was as if the chamber was a heart, beating with the pain of every soul that had perished within the mine. I approached the pit, peering into the abyss, and for a moment I saw them faces, twisted in anguish, reaching out from the darkness, their silent screams etching themselves into my soul. I stumbled back, horror gripping me, the realization dawning that the mine was a tomb, a final resting place for those who had sought fortune but found only death. I knew then that I had to leave, to escape the suffocating grief that permeated the air. I retraced my steps, the voices now silent, as if satisfied with my understanding of their torment. The journey back seemed longer, each step weighed down by the stories I now carried. When I emerged into the dying light of day, the world seemed a different place, brighter yet somehow less real. The mine stood silent, its secrets revealed to me, a reminder of the fine line between life and death, hope and despair. The experience changed me, instilling a profound respect for the past and the countless lives that had been lost in pursuit of dreams. The mine remained, a sentinel guarding its tragic history, a monument to human endeavor and its cost. I left it behind, but the memories lingered, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lies just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. In the days that followed my descent into the mine, the boundary between my dreams and waking life began to blur. Night after night, I was haunted by vivid nightmares of the miners, their faces etched with eternal despair, reaching out to me from the depths of the earth. Each morning, I awoke feeling as if I had not slept at all, the weight of the mine's legacy heavy on my shoulders. The experience had ignited an insatiable curiosity within me, a need to understand more about the mine and the lives of those who had toiled in its darkness. I delved into historical records, piecing together the stories of men who had left their homes and families, lured by the promise of wealth, only to meet their end in the cold embrace of the earth. Each name was a testament to the mine's toll on human life, a reminder of the cost of our endeavors. My research led me to the descendants of the miners, families who had lived in the shadow of the tragedy for generations. Their tales added layers to the narrative, personal stories of loss and resilience that humanized the names I had found in the archives. It became clear that the mine was not just a place of darkness and despair, but also a symbol of the human spirit's endurance. Determined to honor the memory of those who had perished, I organized a memorial at the mine's entrance. It was a simple ceremony, attended by the miners' families and the townsfolk, a moment of collective remembrance and closure. As we stood together, the sun breaking through the clouds, I felt a sense of peace, as if the mine's restless spirits had found solace in our acknowledgement of their suffering. The mine's legacy, once a burden, had become a catalyst for unity and understanding, a bridge between the past and present. It stood as a stark reminder of our history's depth and the stories waiting to be told beneath the surface of our everyday lives. The miners' voices, once lost in the darkness, now resonated with a message of hope and remembrance, a legacy carved not in the earth, but in the hearts of those they left behind. Story 32. The marshlands had always been a place of mystery and fear, where the ground could not be trusted and the fog hung heavy, obscuring what little light the moon provided. But it was the ghostly lights, the will-o', the wisps, that were the most feared. Legends spoke of them as spirits of the dead, lost souls wandering the marshes, or malevolent entities seeking to lead the living astray. I had always dismissed such tales as mere superstition, stories to scare children and keep the curious away from the marsh's treacherous grounds. That was until the night I witnessed their dance with my own eyes, a night that would forever change my understanding of the world. I found myself on the edge of the marshlands by chance, or perhaps by fate, drawn to the area by stories of unexplained phenomena and the promise of undiscovered secrets. The night was dark, the new moon providing little illumination, leaving the marsh enveloped in shadows. It was then that I first saw them, the ghostly lights dancing across the marshlands, their glow ethereal and otherworldly. They moved with a grace that was mesmerizing, drawing me in, urging me to follow. Curiosity overcame caution, and I found myself stepping into the marsh, my eyes fixed on the lights as they flickered and weaved through the air. The ground beneath my feet was soft, treacherous, with each step threatening to be my last. Still, I pressed on, driven by a desire to uncover the truth behind the lights, to understand what force animated them. As I ventured deeper, the lights began to change, their dance becoming more erratic, their light more intense. It was as though they were aware of my presence, reacting to it, leading me on a path that I could not refuse. The fog grew thicker, wrapping around me like a shroud, dampening sound and reducing the world to mere shadows and whispers. It was then that the horror set in, the realization that the lights were not guiding me to some hidden truth but leading me to my doom. Panic set in as I tried to retrace my steps, to escape the trap I had willingly walked into. But the marshlands are a labyrinth, their paths shifting and treacherous, and the lights had disappeared, leaving me enveloped in darkness, a darkness that seemed to swallow me whole. The ground beneath me gave way, and I found myself sinking, the marsh claiming me as its own. The more I struggled, the faster I sank, the cold mud closing over me, filling my mouth and lungs, silencing my screams. It was then, in that moment of despair, that I saw them again, the ghostly lights hovering above me, their dance no longer beautiful but mocking, a celebration of my impending doom. But death did not come. Instead, I found myself being pulled from the marsh, dragged back to the solid ground by unseen hands. As I lay there gasping for air, covered in mud and reeds, the lights began to fade, their task complete. The darkness receded, and with it the fog, revealing the marshlands in the cold light of dawn. I had survived, but the experience had left its mark on me. The ghostly lights, the the wisps, were no longer just a legend, they were a reality, a phenomenon that defied explanation. They were neither spirits nor malevolent entities, but something else, something ancient and primal, an integral part of the marshland's ecosystem. The experience ignited a passion within me, a need to understand the true nature of the ghostly lights. I delved into the study of the marshlands, spending days and nights in the field, observing, cataloging, and most importantly, learning. I discovered that the lights were not lures to doom but warnings, natural phenomena produced by the marsh itself, a byproduct of the decomposition of organic matter, creating phosphorescent gases that ignited in the air. But knowledge did not diminish their mystery or their beauty. Instead, it deepened my appreciation for the natural world and its wonders, for the marshlands and their secrets. The lights, though explained, remained a symbol of the unknown, of the mysteries that lay waiting to be discovered in the dark corners of the world. The marshlands, with their ghostly lights, had become more than just a place of fear and legend. They were a sanctuary, a realm where the boundary between science and mythology blurred, where the natural and the supernatural coexisted. I had stared into the abyss, into the darkness that threatened to swallow me whole, and had emerged with a new understanding, a new respect for the forces that govern our world. My encounter with the ghostly lights of the marshlands taught me that there is beauty in the unknown, that fear and wonder are two sides of the same coin. It was a reminder that the world is full of mysteries, waiting for those brave enough or foolish enough to seek them out. The lights continue to dance across the marshlands, a beacon to the curious and a warning to the unwary, a testament to the enduring power of legend and the unquenchable human desire to explore the unexplained. As months turned into years, my fascination with the marshlands and their ghostly illuminations deepened, transforming from a mere academic interest into a profound spiritual journey. The marshes, with their eerie lights and haunting beauty, became a canvas upon which the mysteries of life and death were painted. Each visit to this liminal space, where earth meets water and light dances with shadow, offered new insights into the delicate balance of existence. I began to see the lights not just as a natural phenomenon, but as a metaphor for human consciousness, fleeting, enigmatic, and radiant in the darkness that surrounds us. They reminded me that in the vastness of the universe, there are forces at play that we are only beginning to understand, forces that connect us to the cosmos in ways we can scarcely imagine. The lights, in their silent ballet, whispered secrets of the universe, of life's impermanence, and the beauty inherent in the transient. My experiences in the marshlands, under the watchful gaze of the willow, the wisps, became a testament to the human spirit's quest for knowledge and understanding. They taught me humility in the face of nature's grandeur and complexity, and instilled in me a sense of wonder that I carry to this day, a reminder that, even in the darkest nights, there are lights guiding us, if only we have the courage to follow them. Story 33. The abandoned amusement park was once a place of joy and laughter, but now it stood silent and empty, a decaying monument to the horrors that lurked within. I could feel the eyes of the past watching me as I explored its deserted attractions, their silent screams echoing in my mind. What compelled me to visit this forsaken place at the dead of night, I couldn't say. Perhaps it was the allure of the unknown, or maybe the thrill of confronting my deepest fears. The entrance, with its overgrown vines and rusted gates, gave an ominous welcome. Pushing past the resistance of years of neglect, I stepped into what felt like a different world. The moon, a sliver in the sky, barely illuminated the path ahead, its silver light casting long shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. My flashlight flickered to life, cutting through the darkness, revealing the faded colors and peeling paint of once vibrant rides. My footsteps echoed on the cracked pavement as I made my way to the heart of the park. The carousel, with its ghostly horses, seemed to watch me as I passed. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faintest sound of carnival music, a haunting melody that seemed both inviting and menacing. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me, the cold not just from the night air but from the realization that I was not alone. In the distance, the Ferris wheel loomed like a giant watching over the park. Its lights were long dead, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the heights. The urge to run, to escape this place, grew with every step, but curiosity propelled me forward. I had to see what secrets lay hidden in the shadows. The funhouse, with its twisted mirrors and dark passages, beckoned. The door creaked open at my touch, revealing a labyrinth of distorted reflections. My own image stretched and twisted before me, a mocking echo of my fear. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of my breathing and the distant, unrelenting carnival tune. I ventured deeper, the flashlight's beam my only guide through the maze of mirrors. Each turn seemed to lead me further into the bowels of the funhouse, a twisted journey into madness. It was then I heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible over the sound of my own heart pounding in my chest. The voice was unfamiliar, yet it filled me with an inexplicable dread. I spun around, the light of my flashlight careening wildly off the mirrors, but there was nothing. Only my own panicked reflection staring back at me. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. They spoke of hidden fears, of secrets buried deep within the heart of the park. I wanted to scream, to drown out the voices, but fear had rendered me mute. My feet moved of their own accord, drawing me ever deeper into the madness. The exit appeared as if by magic, a beacon of light in the overwhelming darkness. I stumbled out of the funhouse, gasping for air, the whispers still echoing in my mind. The park was no longer just a place of abandoned dreams, it was a living nightmare, a realm where the past refused to die. I knew then that I had to leave, to escape the suffocating embrace of the park's secrets. But as I turned to flee, I realized the truth: the park didn't want to let me go. The attractions that had stood silent and lifeless were now stirring, animated by an unseen force. The carousel began to turn, its ghostly horses coming to life with a mechanical groan. The Ferris wheel creaked, its long steel cabin swaying as if caught in a strong wind. Panic set in, a primal urge to survive overtaking my curiosity. I ran, my footsteps echoing loudly in the silent park. But no matter how fast I ran, the exit seemed to move further away, the park reshaping itself to keep me trapped within its grasp. I pressed on, driven by a mix of fear and determination. The park, with its now animate rides and shifting shadows, felt alive, watching my every move with bated breath. The night air, once merely cold, now carried an ominous chill that seemed to seep into my bones, whispering of dangers unseen and secrets untold. The once inviting melody of carnival music had turned into a sinister soundtrack to my frantic escape, its notes twisting into discordant echoes that followed me through the abandoned walkways. The ground beneath my feet seemed to undulate, making my steps falter as I navigated the labyrinthine paths that twisted and turned, leading me in circles. I could hear the soft rustle of movement just beyond the beam of my flashlight, as if the shadows themselves were alive, stalking me with silent footsteps. Every creak and groan of the aging structures sounded like the whispers of the past, urging me to look behind, to confront whatever horrors lurked in the darkness. Desperation clawed at my throat as I realized the park was playing a sinister game, one it refused to let me win. The realization hit me like a cold wave. Escaping was not going to be as simple as finding my way out. There was something the park wanted me to see, a secret it was determined to reveal, whether I was willing or not. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, leaving me questioning what was real and what was a product of my fear. Story 34. The old churchyard, nestled on the outskirts of town, had always been shrouded in a cloak of mystery and whispers of the supernatural. It was a place out of time, its ancient gravestones weathered by the elements, each bearing the name of a soul long departed. The towering, Gothic structure of the church itself stood sentinel over the graves, its windows dark and foreboding. Local lore was rich with tales of ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena within its hallowed grounds, stories that had been passed down through generations. And so, armed with nothing but a flashlight and an insatiable curiosity, I set out one crisp autumn evening to uncover the truth behind the legends. As I approached the wrought iron gates, a sense of unease began to settle over me, a premonition of the night to come. The air was thick with a fog that seemed to swallow sound, rendering the world beyond the churchyard invisible. I pushed open the gate, its hinges groaning in protest, and stepped into the realm of the dead. The path before me was lined with tombstones, their inscriptions faded by time, silent sentinels in the dim light. I had not gone far when I first felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I spun around, my flashlight sweeping across the graves, but saw no one. The feeling persisted, a pressure at my back, a whisper in my ear. The temperature dropped, a chill that seeped into my bones, and with it came the wails. Faint at first, they grew in intensity, a symphony of sorrow that filled the night air. I could not tell if they were born of the wind or something more spectral, but they unnerved me to my core. Compelled by a force I could not explain, I ventured deeper into the churchyard, drawn towards the oldest part of the cemetery. The graves here were barely visible, their markers crumbled and overgrown with ivy. It was here, among these forgotten souls, that I felt the strongest presence. A gust of wind brushed against my cheek, and I heard it a whisper, clear and distinct, calling my name. I turned, my heart racing, to face the source of the voice. There, in the beam of my flashlight, stood a figure, ethereal and translucent. A woman, her features blurred by time, but her eyes were filled with an indescribable sadness. She reached out to me, her hand passing through the beam of light, and spoke, her voice a mere echo. "Help us," she implored, before fading into the mist. The encounter left me shaken, but determined to uncover the source of the unrest that plagued the churchyard. My investigation led me to the archives of the old church, where I pored over records by candlelight, the pages yellowed and brittle with age. I discovered tales of tragedy and loss, of lives cut short by illness and misfortune, their spirits bound to the earth by unresolved grief. It became clear that the churchyard was not just a final resting place, but a purgatory for those unable to move on. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the churchyard, intent on offering solace to the restless spirits. Night after night, I walked among the graves, speaking words of comfort and reassurance, in hopes of helping them find peace. With each visit, the sense of unease lessened, the wails grew quieter, until at last, silence reigned. It was then that I realized the true nature of the hauntings. The spirits did not seek to harm or frighten, but simply to be remembered, to have their stories told. In acknowledging their presence, in bearing witness to their suffering, I had helped to lift the weight of their despair. As I stood in the churchyard, under the light of a full moon, I felt a sense of closure. The air was calm, the fog lifted, and for the first time I saw the beauty of the place as sanctuary for both the living and the dead. The spirits of the churchyard had found their peace, and in doing so, had bestowed upon me a profound understanding of the thin veil that separates our world from the next. The old churchyard no longer held any fear for me. It was a place of history, of stories waiting to be discovered, a reminder of the transient nature of life. I left it behind with a sense of reverence, a promise to keep the memory of its inhabitants alive. In the days that followed, the churchyard became a sanctuary not just for the spirits, but for me as well. The boundary between the living and the dead, once so stark and fearsome, had blurred, revealing a shared history that bound us together. I found solace in the silent company of the departed, their presence a constant reminder of the cycles of life and death, of grief and healing. I began to document the stories of those who lay at rest within the churchyard, each stone a chapter, each inscription a verse in the larger narrative of the community. In doing so, I discovered connections that transcended time, stories of love and loss that echoed my own. The churchyard, once a place of haunting, had transformed into a place of connection and reflection, a bridge between the past and present. As I walked the paths between the graves, the sense of being watched had vanished, replaced by a feeling of companionship. The cold touch that once sent shivers down my spine now felt like a gentle reassurance, a reminder that, though we may walk through the shadow of death, we are never truly alone. The spirits of the churchyard in their eternal rest had imparted a profound wisdom, the importance of memory, of keeping alive the stories of those who have gone before us, as a testament to our shared humanity. Story 35. The fog hung heavy over the cemetery, obscuring the graves of the forgotten dead. I could feel their presence all around me, their whispers growing louder with each step I took towards the heart of their dark domain. It was a place few dared to venture, especially as the cloak of night wrapped tightly around the world, smothering the light and bringing with it a chill that whispered of untold stories buried beneath the earth. Why I was drawn to this place I couldn't say. Perhaps it was the allure of the unknown, the call of the past that echoed through the mist, or simply a need to confront the fears that lurked within the shadows of my own mind. The cemetery gates, wrought iron twisted into intricate patterns by craftsmen long since past, groaned in protest as I pushed them open, the sound slicing through the silence like a knife. The path before me was barely visible, a darker shadow among shadows winding its way through tombstones that loomed like silent sentinels in the fog. Names and dates, etched into stone by hands that had themselves turned to dust centuries ago, were now blurred, their legacies fading into obscurity. But it wasn't the memory of their lives that called to me, it was the mystery of their deaths. the stories untold and secrets kept. With each step, the fog seemed to thicken, clinging to me like a cold, damp shroud. The whispers grew louder, no longer just a figment of my imagination but clear voices, murmuring in a language I felt I should understand, but couldn't quite grasp. They spoke of sorrow, of longing, and of despair so profound it seemed to seep into my very bones. I found myself drawn to a particular section of the cemetery, older and more neglected than the rest. Here, the graves were unmarked, the identities of those who rested beneath them lost to time. It was as if the fog itself was guiding me, leading me to the heart of its domain, where the veil between the living and the dead grew thin. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping with every step I took deeper into the cemetery. My breath formed clouds in the air, mingling with the fog in a ghostly dance. It was then I saw it, a figure standing in the distance, barely visible through the mist. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, unsure if I was facing a fellow nighttime wanderer or something far less explainable. The figure seemed to beckon to me, a silent invitation to come closer. Despite every instinct screaming at me to turn and flee, I found myself compelled to approach. As I did, the fog seemed to part slightly, revealing the form of a woman. She was dressed in the garb of another era, her face obscured by a veil that fluttered gently in the wind. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the murmur of the other voices. Her hands were clasped before her, and in them she held a locket, tarnished by time. "Find him. Bring him to me." Her plea struck a chord deep within me, awakening a resolve I hadn't known I possessed. I reached out to take the locket, but as my fingers brushed hers, a shock ran through me, cold and sharp as a winter's night. The world spun, the fog swirling around me in a vortex that seemed to pull at my very soul. When the world steadied, I found myself still standing in the heart of the cemetery, but something had shifted. The fog, though still present, seemed less oppressive, parting slightly as if to clear my path. The woman had vanished, leaving only the cold touch of her fingers lingering on mine and the locket, now firmly in my grasp. I opened it, revealing a portrait of a man, his eyes filled with a sorrow that mirrored the woman's voice. Driven by an unseen force, I ventured further into the cemetery, guided by whispers that now formed a chorus, urging me onward. The graves here were older, their inscriptions worn away by time and the elements, but each felt like a piece of a puzzle I was meant to solve. The air thrummed with energy, a palpable presence that I could almost see, swirling in the mist around me. I stopped before a grave that seemed to call to me, a simple stone marker that bore no name, only the etching of a heart and a date from over a century ago. The whispers crescendoed, urging me to dig, to uncover what was buried beneath the earth. With hands that moved of their own accord, I scraped away the dirt, revealing an old, rusted box. Inside, amidst trinkets and faded letters, was a matching locket, its portrait showing the same man, his gaze haunted, as if he too was searching for something lost. The realization hit me like a cold wave. The woman, the man, their story was one of love, separated by death but bound by the chains of the unforgotten. Their whispers weren't just voices in the fog, they were echoes of their longing, reaching across the veil for reunion. As I closed the box, the fog began to lift, the first light of dawn painting the sky in hues of gold and pink. The cemetery, once a place of sorrow and shadows, seemed peaceful, as if a burden had been lifted from its soul. Story 36. The abandoned train station echoed with the ghostly whispers of the past, its empty platforms a silent reminder of the lives that once passed through its gates. I could feel the weight of their sorrow pressing down on me as I ventured deeper into its deserted halls. It was as if the very air was thick with the echoes of farewells never said and hellos that would never be heard again. This place, once a bustling hub of activity and life, now lay forgotten, a relic of a bygone era left to decay in silence. Why I found myself drawn to this place under the cloak of night, I could not say. Perhaps it was the allure of the forsaken, the stories untold that lingered in the shadows, or maybe a deeper, more personal quest for something I couldn't quite grasp. The moon, a mere sliver in the sky, provided scant illumination, casting long, eerie shadows that danced across the crumbling walls and shattered windows. The sound of my footsteps on the cracked tile floor seemed to disturb the silence that had long reigned supreme, stirring the whispers into a frenetic chorus that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. The voices of the past, trapped within these confines, reaching out for recognition, for someone to bear witness to their stories. As I moved further into the heart of the station, the air grew colder, a palpable chill that seemed unnatural, even for the night's embrace. The once grand waiting room, now a shell of its former self, lay before me. The benches, where countless souls had once sat, waiting with bated breath for the arrival of trains that would carry them to distant lands or bring them home to waiting arms, were now coated in a thick layer of dust and debris. The large clock that had once dictated the comings and goings of travelers was stopped, its hands frozen in time, a stark reminder that for this place, time had ceased to matter. It was here, in the eerie stillness, that I felt a presence, a sense of being watched by unseen eyes. The sensation sent a shiver down my spine, yet it was not one of fear but of profound sadness. I continued on, drawn by an inexplicable need to explore every nook and cranny of this forsaken place. The ticket booths, with their glass windows broken and their interiors plundered by time and neglect, told a story of a world that had moved on, leaving this place and its memories to fade into obscurity. The platforms, once teeming with life, were now silent, the tracks overgrown with weeds, a testament to the years of neglect. It was here, amidst the desolation, that I stumbled upon an old train car, its paint peeling, its metal body succumbing to rust. The doors were ajar, inviting or warning, I couldn't tell. With a deep breath, I stepped inside, the air heavy with the scent of mold and decay. The seats, once plush and welcoming, were now torn and stained, the fabric whispering tales of the many who had once journeyed within this car. The overhead luggage racks, empty now, seemed to groan under the weight of invisible baggage, the remnants of journeys long concluded. As I moved through the car, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They were not just the echoes of the past, they felt alive, as if the very soul of the train station was reaching out through the veil of time, seeking to communicate, to share its story with someone willing to listen. I found myself at the end of the car, facing a door that led to the next. As I reached out to open it, a sudden gust of wind swept through the car, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging me into darkness. The whispers crescendoed into a symphony of voices, a cacophony of emotions that seemed to swirl around me. Plunged into darkness, my heart raced, the chorus of whispers now sounding like a desperate plea. I fumbled for my flashlight, the sudden silence as I clicked it back on feeling more oppressive than the whispers. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing the narrow corridor that led to the next car, the door now mysteriously ajar, as if inviting me to delve deeper into the station's heart. I stepped through the threshold, each step echoing ominously in the empty space. This car was different. The seats were arranged in a circle, as if its passengers had once gathered for a meeting or a secretive conversation. At the center, an antique lamp stood on a small table, its light long extinguished. Around it, scattered papers bore the faded ink of times and dates, schedules of journeys never embarked upon, dreams deferred. The whispers returned, softer now, a murmur of countless farewells and tearful reunions, each story entwined with the rails that had once connected lives and separated them. It was as if the train itself was a vessel of memories, each compartment a different chapter, waiting to be read, understood, and finally put to rest. As I moved to leave, a sudden chill enveloped me, stopping me in my tracks. A faint glow emanated from the end of the car, drawing me towards it with a magnetic pull. There, nestled against the back seat, was a small, forgotten teddy bear, its one remaining eye gazing up at me with a sorrowful plea. It was a tangible remnant of the past, a symbol of the innocence and joy that had once filled this place before it was left to wither in the shadow of progress. I picked up the bear, its worn fabric a testament to the love it had once known. The whispers hushed, a sense of peace descending upon the car. It was as if the station's lingering spirits found solace in being remembered, in the acknowledgement of their existence and experiences. Emerging from the train car, the first light of dawn began to pierce the fog, casting the station in a new light. The shadows receded, and with them, the weight of sorrow lifted slightly, a reminder that even in places forgotten, there is hope for renewal and remembrance. Story 37. They say that the woods are alive with the sound of 1,000 whispers, each one a warning of the dangers that lurk within. I can't shake the feeling of being hunted as I navigate the twisted paths, the darkness closing in around me with each passing moment. The dense canopy above allows little moonlight to filter through, casting an eerie glow that barely touches the forest floor. Every shadow seems to move, every sound feels like a predator's footstep, making my heart race with a mix of fear and adrenaline. Why I chose to wander these woods at night is a question whose answer lies deep within my restless spirit. Perhaps it's the thrill of the unknown, or maybe a desperate search for something I've lost along the way. The woods have always been a place of mystery and danger, a borderland between the world of men and the realms of the unseen. The path before me is overgrown, barely discernible in the dim light. Thorns and brambles grasp at my clothes, as if the very forest itself is trying to hold me back, urging me to turn around and flee from whatever awaits in the darkness ahead. But there's something compelling about the unknown that draws me further in, deeper into the heart of the woods where civilization feels like a distant memory. As I venture further, the whispers grow louder, a cacophony of voices that seems to echo from the trees themselves. They speak in a language I can't understand, yet their message is clear: I am not welcome here. The feeling of being watched intensifies, prickling at the back of my neck, a constant reminder that I am intruding into a domain that does not belong to me. I come across a clearing, the moon casting its pale light over a scene that makes my blood run cold. A circle of stones lies in the center, ancient and moss-covered, arranged in a pattern that suggests purpose and intention. The air feels charged here, heavy with the weight of untold rituals and secrets long buried. The whispers crescendo into a single, clear warning leave. Ignoring the advice of the unseen voices, I step closer to the stones, curiosity overcoming my fear. As I cross the threshold, the temperature drops sharply, my breath turning to mist in the air. The forest falls silent, the whispers ceasing abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. My gaze is drawn to the center of the circle, where the earth looks disturbed, as if something has been recently buried or unearthed. The urge to dig, to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the surface, is overwhelming. But before I can act on it, a sudden movement catches my eye. From the shadows of the trees, figures emerge, barely visible in the moonlight. They move with an eerie grace, encircling the stone circle with deliberate steps. Their features are obscured, but their intent is clear. They are the guardians of this place, and I have trespassed upon sacred ground. Fear grips me, a visceral, primal terror that urges me to flee. But my legs refuse to obey, rooted to the spot by a force I cannot comprehend. The figures draw closer, their whispers resuming, no longer warnings but threats. In a desperate bid for escape, I reach into my pocket, pulling out a small, silver amulet I've carried since childhood. It's a talisman of protection, given to me by my grandmother who knew of the dangers that dwell in places untouched by man. Clutching it in my hand, I close my eyes and whisper a plea for safe passage. When I open my eyes, the figures have vanished, the whispers silenced. The forest feels different now, as if a weight has been lifted, allowing me to breathe easier. With cautious steps, I back away from the stone circle, the sense of being watched slowly fading as I retreat. I make my way back through the woods, the path now clear as if the forest itself is guiding me to safety. As the first light of dawn begins to break through the trees, I emerge from the woods, the sounds of the waking world greeting me like a comforting embrace. Looking back, the woods seem ordinary, the menace and mystery of the night replaced by the tranquil beauty of nature. But I know better than to be fooled by appearances. The woods are alive, a realm where the past and present blur, where spirits and secrets dwell in the shadows. As I leave the woods behind, a part of me remains, forever entwined with the mysteries and whispers of the forest. I know now that some places are meant to remain untouched, their secrets preserved by those who walk the line between worlds. The experience in the woods left an indelible mark on my soul, a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown. As the sun rose higher, casting light into the darkest corners of the forest, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief mixed with a profound curiosity. What secrets did the woods hide in their heart? What ancient spirits called these shadows home? The encounter at the stone circle haunted my thoughts, a puzzle demanding to be solved. Yet part of me knew that some mysteries were better left undiscovered, their power resting in the unknown. The guardians of the woods, those spectral figures who had emerged from the darkness, were a testament to the ancient laws that governed this place, a reminder that not all who wander or lost some were meant to find the edges of their own reality. In the days that followed, the call of the woods was a constant whisper in my ear, a siren song that beckoned me back to its enigmatic embrace. But I resisted, choosing instead to honor the silent pact I had made that night, a promise to tread lightly upon the earth and respect the realms beyond our understanding. The woods remained, a boundary between worlds, a place of beauty and danger, whispering their ancient secrets to those who dared to listen, forever alive with the sound of 1,000 whispers.